Chapter 2362. She's an advanced master alchemist too. Chapter 2362. She's an advanced master alchemist too. Silence. Shock. For a time, everyone in the hall was stunned. White Autumn was one of Giant's Heart's Vice Guild leaders, as well as one of the strongest individuals in the Fire Dragon Empire. After he obtained the Sea God's blessing, his strength had further skyrocketed. Nowadays, he was an existence that even the guild leaders of the various superpowers wished to befriend. Now, however, White Autumn had actually taken the initiative to greet Sherfoam, let alone the various superpowers' upper echelons. Even Long Xianglong and Duan Hanshan could not help looking confused at this scene. In their opinion, Sherfoam was merely the guild leader of a pseudo-superpower. Even if Zero Wing had a lot of potential, it would still take a long time to become a superpower. Moreover, even if it eventually became a superpower, it still wouldn't warrant the attention of someone like White Autumn. Could that kid have some kind of relationship with Giant's Heart? Duan Hanshan guessed as he took in Shifeng's calm expression. White Autumn was an existence that even the Duan family fervently wished to befriend. After all, Giant's Heart possessed extraordinary strength out at sea. In the future, when the various powers of the two main continents interacted more frequently, maritime trade would be unavoidable. So, he still has such a backer. It's no wonder he paid no heed to Old Ice's questioning. Long Xianglong also started observing Sherfoam. He had never thought that Sherfoam would have such a connection. If Sherfoam had Giant's Heart supporting him, with the Azure Chamber of Commerce's current attitude toward Giant's Heart, Duan Hanshan definitely wouldn't dare to casually take action against Sherfoam. Although the Ice Demon was short-tempered, he was no fool. He knew when he should take action and when he should restrain himself. A short distance away, Jade Bamboo and the blue-clad assassin beside her were dazed for quite some time after seeing White Autumn greeting Sherfoam. When they snapped out of their daze, however, realization immediately dawned upon them. Previously, they had been curious as to why Hermit had spared Sherfoam so easily. Looking at it now, Hermit must have known about the relationship between Sherfoam and Giant's Heart. Meanwhile, in response to White Autumn's greeting, Sherfoam simply nodded and said, "Vice Guild Leader, White, you're too courteous." In reality, Sherfoam was also somewhat surprised that White Autumn had taken the initiative to greet him. After all, his current identity was Black Flame, not Yifoam. Moreover, he had only helped White Autumn complete a quest and receive the Sea God's blessing. This amount of help should not warrant White Autumn's enthusiastic welcome. Guild Leader Black Flame, "I am not being courteous at all," White Autumn said, shaking his head. In a serious tone, he continued, "Currently, Giant's Heart has captured a relatively excellent town over at Dark Moon Lake, outside the Fire Dragon Empire. We wish to form a partnership with Zero Wing for this town. May I know if Guild Leader Black Flame is interested?" As soon as White Autumn finished speaking, gasps filled the hall once more. As for Long Xianglong and Duan Hanshan, they both gaped in shock at this scene, their minds blank with disbelief. The area around Dark Moon Lake was a fat piece of meat that many powers were eyeing. Not only was it a neutral map, but it was even connected to the sea, a location without many developmental restrictions. Dark Moon Town had the potential to become a large-scale port city. At that time, the income generated from the city would be several times higher than that from NPC port cities. Hence, many of the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers had tried to capture Dark Moon Town. In the end, however, it was White Autumn who succeeded. Moreover, he had even served Pride Empire a huge loss while doing so. Now, however, White Autumn wanted to form a partnership with Sherfoam. Dark Moon Town? Zero Wing is naturally very interested in this partnership, Sherfoam said, although he too was very surprised by White Autumn's suggestion. Feng was relatively familiar with Dark Moon Town, or more precisely, with Dark Moon City. In his previous life, Dark Moon City had been the largest player-operated port city in the vicinity of the Fire Dragon Empire. It had practically been the lifeline linking the Fire Dragon Empire with the sea. The prices of the shops and lands inside Dark Moon City had rivaled even those of imperial capitals. Back then, Giant's Heart ruled over Dark Moon City as well, and countless powers wished to form a partnership with the guild. Unfortunately for them, very few powers actually succeeded. During the time Feng and White Autumn were hashing out the details of their partnership, everyone present was thoroughly stupefied, especially Duan Han and Long Xianglong. Shock and confusion filled their hearts. They even wondered if they were dreaming. Who is he? The Fire Dragon Empire's various superpowers were desperately seeking to cooperate with Giant's Heart on Dark Moon Town. Now, however, White Autumn was proposing a partnership with Feng. This was simply absurd. Aside from Duan Han and Long Xianglong, Burning Owl and Cold Memories Group were also astonished by this scene. Big Sis, what kind of relationship does your guild have with Giant's Heart? Burning Owl asked Silent Wonder. Even though Burning Owl had just arrived in the Eastern Continent, he knew about Dark Moon Town and its importance because one of his tasks in coming to the Eastern Continent this time was to negotiate a partnership with Giant's Heart regarding Dark Moon Town. However, there were simply too many superpowers eyeing Dark Moon Town. So even with the Azure Chamber of Commerce's backing, he was not particularly confident in his chances. Now, however, Cold Memory and South Dream were also eager to hear the answer to Burning Owl's question. They knew for a fact that Feng was a Tier 3 player. However, they never considered that Zero Wing might still possess a foundation so powerful that it would warrant Giant's Heart's active solicitation. This was something even Dark Pursuit was incapable of accomplishing. I don't know either. Silent Wonder was also confused by this situation. Meanwhile, White Autumn himself paid no heed whatsoever to the shock everyone felt at his actions. He had personally witnessed Zero Wing's strength before, particularly its Crimson Dragon flying ship. The flying ship's performance exceeded his expectations entirely. Meanwhile, after seeing Feng now, he was even more certain that his decision to partner with Zero Wing was a wise one. Due to the Sea God's blessing, White Autumn's perception toward life, aura, and danger had improved significantly. When looking at Feng, he actually felt a deadly threat. Moreover, he could also tell that Feng's life aura was stronger than his own. The only explanation he could think of for this situation was that Feng was a Tier 3 player. In a period where none of the various superpowers possessed even one Tier 3 player, Zero Wing actually had two. He simply did not know what to say about this situation. Elder Han, this is going to be troublesome. Silent Wonder is a member of Zero Wing. Now that Zero Wing is proven to have a close relationship with Giant's Heart, the Long family will have an easier time partnering with Giant's Heart, a youth standing behind Duan Han said worriedly. What's there to worry about? So what if the Long family gets to partner with Giant's Heart? The most important point is who will get to rule Azure. Even if Zero Wing has a good relationship with Giant's Heart, that won't help the Long family or Silent Wonder win the upcoming competition. Duan Han retorted. Although the Long family's Silk Moon had also joined the famous Dark Pursuit as a lifestyle player, the time she joined Dark Pursuit was much shorter compared to Yan Xiaoqian's. Moreover, Yan Xiaoqian was almost as talented as Silk Moon. In such a situation, it would be impossible for Silk Moon to beat Yan Xiaoqian. While Duan Han was saying so, another group of players arrived in the second-floor hall. Similar to the arrival of Giant's Heart's group, the arrival of this group of players caused quite a commotion because it consisted of Dark Pursuit's members. Not only was the lowest-leveled player among them level 100, but the equipment they possessed was also something that could make even the upper echelons of the various superpowers envious. Of the dozen or so Dark Pursuit members that entered the hall, even the worst equipped among them had 3 pieces of epic equipment paired up with a 6-piece, level 95 Dark Gold set equipment. The most eye-catching among these players were undoubtedly the 2 heroic women walking in the lead. One of these women was Silk Moon, a cursemancer that possessed a mature and seductive charm. Silk Moon's appearance and figure were not the slightest bit inferior to Silent Wonder's. The other tall and graceful woman was Yen Xiaoqian. However, unlike Silk Moon's mature appearance, Yen Xiaoqian looked to be only 18 years old. Both women were actually geared in the Elven Light set, an 8-piece set of level 95 Dark Gold equipment, currently the best set equipment available for magical classes. The other pieces of equipment they wore were all epic rank. Amazing! Truly amazing. So, this is Dark Pursuit's foundations. The Elven Light set. Dark Pursuit is really going all out for the competition this time. It seems the winner of this competition is going to be one of these 2. I know, right? I heard that Dark Pursuit invested all its available resources into nurturing the 2 of them. Although the Long families and Duan families, other heirs, are excellent, these 2 are on a completely different level. The various superpowers' upper echelons were green with envy as they looked at Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian. The Elven Light set was currently the strongest Dark Gold set equipment available for magical class players. None of the various superpowers present had managed to complete even a single set yet. However, Dark Pursuit actually had 2. This was simply unbelievable. With the arrival of Dark Pursuit's group, all 6 representatives of the Long family and Duan family were finally present. A short moment later, an elegant, middle-aged man walked to the center of the hall. This man was none other than Hermit, the manager of the Dark Hills. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for attending the Azure Chamber of Commerce's alchemy competition today. Hermit said, I believe everyone present has been waiting for quite some time now, so I'll dispense with the pleasantries. The competition this time will be very simple. Participants will have to produce as many meditation souls, an intermediate master potion, as possible within the given time frame. However, there is a precondition for those seeking to participate in the competition. They must be an intermediate master alchemist at the very minimum. Those who do not meet this requirement may not participate in the competition. So all participants, please show your alchemist insignias. Upon hearing the rules, the various spectators gasped involuntarily. Setting aside the meditation soul's production difficulty, just the condition of intermediate mastery would already leave countless alchemist players in despair. The requirements of this competition are really high. I bet that more than half of the participants will be disqualified because of this condition. Cold Memory was astonished when she heard Hermit's words. Nurturing an intermediate master alchemist was easier said than done. This was a task that even Dark Pursuit found difficult. Despite being very talented herself, Cold Memory was still a long way from the intermediate master rank. Needless to say, others would have an even more difficult time attaining it. In the next moment, just like Cold Memory anticipated, the Long family's first representative revealed that he was only a basic master alchemist. As for the Duan family's heirs, Duaning and Duan Qingfeng, they too were only basic master alchemists. Although they would be extremely talented geniuses in the eyes of the various superpowers, they failed to meet the minimum requirement for participation in this competition. When it was Yen Xiaoqian's turn, she proudly took out an insignia with 3 silver moons. Upon seeing this insignia, the spectating crowd gasped in shock. Advanced master rank. She's actually an advanced master alchemist. How is this possible? Our guild doesn't even have an intermediate master, yet she's actually an advanced master already? The various superpowers were filled with an indescribable sense of shock and envy at this scene. After all, the abilities an advanced master could exhibit were far greater than those of an intermediate master. Furthermore, an advanced master could produce advanced master potions, which would be extremely useful when exploring new maps in the future. However, shortly after Yen Xiaoqian flaunted her insignia, the Long family's silk moon also took out an insignia with 3 silver moons on it, shocking the spectating crowd once more. 2 advanced master alchemists. How powerful is Dark Pursuit? Advanced master alchemists. Sure enough, everyone else is no match for these 2 women. The various superpowers were left breathless by this revelation. At the same time, they also started growing fearful of Dark Pursuit's foundations. Big Sis Silk really is amazing. With this, we at least have a 50% chance of winning. Burning Owl sighed in relief when he saw Silk Moon's alchemist insignia. The latest information he had received said that Yen Xiaoqian had been promoted into an advanced master alchemist already while Silk Moon was still trying. Hence, he had been considerably worried until this point. Now that Silk Moon had become an advanced master alchemist as well, both the Long family and Duan family could be said to be on the same starting line. It's a pity that Wonder did not join Dark Pursuit. Otherwise, she would also have had a chance at becoming an advanced master alchemist before this competition, and our chances of winning will be much greater. Cold Memory was relatively confident in her own guild's strength. However, as Silent Wonder was determined to stay in Zero Wing, Cold Memory couldn't do anything about it. This is already good enough. At least, it is much better than our initial expectations. South Dream said, chuckling, read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Yushi caught up. Yen Xiaoqian reflexively took an extra glance at Silk Moon. She had never thought that Silk Moon would actually succeed in catching up with her. While everyone was wondering who between Yen Xiaoqian or Silk Moon would win this competition, Silent Wonder also took out an alchemist insignia with 3 silver moons on it from her bag. Impossible. She's an advanced master alchemist too. Chapter 2363, Shocking the Venue. Chapter 2363, Shocking the Venue's silence filled the competition venue as everyone stared at Silent Wonder's Triple Moon Alchemist insignia. They could all understand Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian becoming advanced master alchemists, but none of them could fathom out Silent Wonder had become one as well. It wasn't easy to reach advanced master rank. Even now, very few of God's Domain's superpowers had successfully nurtured an advanced master alchemist, yet Zero Wing had. It was utterly unbelievable. How is this possible? Cold Memory was shocked to see Silent Wonder's advanced master alchemist insignia. How has she been promoted so quickly? Completing the requirements to become an advanced master alchemist was easier said than done. Aside from talent, the rare resources required for research and experimentation were more than enough to give any superpower a huge headache. Dark Pursuit had only been able to supply these resources due to its control in the moon god's world and access to precious alchemical resources. This was why Cold Memory was so confident in Dark Pursuit's ability to nurture advanced master alchemists. Any other superpower would likely run out of materials before one of its alchemists could reach advanced master rank. Zero Wing had the research workshop, but that only provided guidelines to assist the guild's lifestyle players. In doing so, it would only slightly reduce the amount of materials one would need for their experiments. Moreover, Silent Wonder had been some time away from reaching advanced master rank during their last meeting. She hadn't progressed as far as Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian, who had stood before the threshold to advanced master rank. Even as talented as Silent Wonder was, she should have needed another fortnight to complete her promotion, yet she had caught up with Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian in less than a week. Cold memory couldn't imagine how Zero Wing had helped her accomplish the feat even Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian, who stood beside Silent Wonder, were astonished. Little Sis actually succeeded. Silk Moon could not help but glance at Shifeng, who watched from the spectator stands, with a soft smile. It seems Zero Wing is quite capable, after all. Silk Moon knew better than anyone here how difficult it was to reach advanced master rank. One needed talent and resources. Anyone who said otherwise was either lying or a fool. An advanced master alchemist. Ha ha ha. This girl is quite impressive. Long Xianglong laughed when he saw the alchemist insignia in Silent Wonder's hand. Now, he was even more determined to take the girl with him to the Western continent. Even without a superpower's support, Silent Wonder had become an advanced master alchemist. She proved to be frighteningly talented. Long Xianglong acknowledged that Zero Wing had played a massive role in his niece's success, but how could such a small guild compete with the Azure Chamber of Commerce's resources? When the Duan family's members saw that Silent Wonder was also an advanced master alchemist, they watched on with grim expressions. Although the final victor would decide the competition's outcome, the fact that the Long family had one more advanced master alchemist than they did gave their competitor an edge. Why are you so worried? She's merely an advanced master alchemist, Duan Han said, as he eyed the people around him. So what if she's a talented alchemist? This competition won't be won on alchemy standards alone. The competition would determine which of the two families had a stronger heir. Even though this was an alchemy competition, it wasn't any ordinary battle between alchemists. High alchemy standards would provide an advantage, but combat power would also play a significant role. The participants would have to fight for the materials they needed. If they weren't strong enough in combat, they wouldn't secure enough materials, and without materials, how were they supposed to brew the required potion? With Duan Hanshan's comment, realization dawned on the other Duan family members. After all was said and done, this competition would rely on the strength of the competitors' backers. In this regard, Zero Wing was no match for Dark Pursuit. While everyone chatted amongst themselves, Hermit, who had inspected all 6 participants' insignias, spoke again. Since the remaining participants have met the minimum requirements, let's officially begin this competition. As you all know, the participants are required to produce meditation soul potions, an intermediate master potion. However, participants must earn their required materials, Hermit explained as he gestured to an approaching group of players. These players carried gigantic cages into the venue, all containing incredibly powerful beasts. He then turned to Silk Moon, Yen Xiaoqian, and Silent Wonder. You will face these level 100 wild beasts. You will earn more materials by defeating stronger monsters. Of the monsters we've prepared, the weakest is a lord. For defeating this monster, you'll acquire 3 sets of materials. The next monster is a high lord, and you'll earn 6 sets for defeating it. You will not be required to defeat the level 100 Great Lord, but if you survive against it for 10 minutes, you'll receive 10 sets of materials. If you survive for 10 minutes against the level 100 Grand Lord, you'll receive 20 sets of materials. However, you will only have one chance to challenge a monster, so choose wisely. As Hermit finished his explanation, a commotion erupted in the venue. The Azure Chamber of Commerce is so generous. It's captured so many level 100 wild beasts. Crap, isn't this challenge a little too difficult? Not even level 100 refinement realm experts can defeat a level 100 lord one-on-one, yet it's the weakest monster here. Do the participants even stand a chance? The various superpowers felt a cold chill when they saw Azure's level 100 wild beasts. Capturing wild beasts to tame as mounts was extremely difficult, especially at such a high level. Ordinary powers couldn't afford to spare the amount of manpower the task would require. Yet Azure used these precious level 100 wild beasts to test its heir's strength. Even the various superpowers' upper echelons thought this competition was absurdly difficult. At this stage of the game, level 100 peak experts would, at most, be strong enough to challenge a level 100 High Lord. If they encountered a level 100 Great Lord alone, they'd have no choice but to flee. Even worse, lifestyle players had far less combat power than actual combat players, whether or not Silk Moon and the others could fight a level 100 Lord was already questionable, not to mention a High Lord. The various superpowers members couldn't help but glance at Silent Wonder in pity. Of the 3 remaining participants, only Silent Wonder was under level 100. Other experts might be impressed that she had reached level 99, but it put her at an overwhelming disadvantage in this competition. Although there was only one level between level 99 and 100, the difference between the strength one could command at those levels was tremendous. A level 100 player would have far more control and flexibility than a level 99 player. And the difference between the basic attributes provided by equipment was just as drastic. I had never thought you'd become an advanced master alchemist before the competition as well. Had you joined Dark Pursuit, we might have been rivals in this competition. However, it seems you'll just be watching from the sidelines, Yen Xiaoqian said, chuckling. If you have to assign blame, blame yourself for being so stubborn. Rather than accept Dark Pursuit's invitation, you chose to remain with a non-superpower like Zero Wing. Everyone has constantly compared Silent Wonder and Yen Xiaoqian, assuming one of them would win this competition. However, their guilds were simply on different levels. Now, only Silk Moon had a chance of giving Yen Xiaoqian a run for her money. Silk Moon was powerful in every aspect and had been known as an unrivaled genius. Unfortunately, she had become quite strange after surviving an illness a few years ago. Now, Yen Xiaoqian didn't even think of Silk Moon as a competitor. Cold Memory and South Dream watched the 3 participants, frustrated. They had thought Silent Wonder had a significantly higher chance of winning now that she had become an advanced master alchemist. But even they would struggle in this competition, not to mention Silent Wonder. Pick a difficulty. Remember, you only have one opportunity. You won't get a second chance, Hermit told the 3 young women before him. This trial wasn't a simple test of strength. It would also test the participants' understanding of their strength. I choose the High Lord, Silk Moon said after giving the matter some thought. I choose the High Lord. As well, Yen Xiaoqian said without hesitation. Hearing Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian's decision, Hermit nodded, satisfied. He then turned to Silent Wonder, curious about which beast the girl would choose. Although Silent Wonder hadn't yet reached level 100, she should have a chance against a level 100 Lord. If she could defeat it, she'd still have a chance at victory. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. I wonder which difficulty Silent Wonder will choose. Is that necessary? She'll definitely challenge the Lord. That's her only hope. If she tries to face the High Lord, she'll likely die after a single hit. I guess you're right. She's talented, but it's a pity she only has Zero Wing's support. If she were backed by a superpower, even an ordinary one, she might have had a chance against Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian. Quietly, the audience discussed Silent Wonder's situation, glancing at Shi Feng with mocking sneers. So what if Zero Wing were supported by Giant's Heart? In the end, Zero Wing's weakness would be exposed before them all. While everyone softly talked among themselves, Silent Wonder had made her decision and looked at Hermit, announcing, I choose the Grand Lord. Chapter 2364. Overwhelming Strength, a Grand Lord. Chapter 2364. Overwhelming Strength, a Grand Lord. She's lost her mind. That's a level 100 Grand Lord we're talking about. What arrogance! Has she never witnessed a level 100 Grand Lord strength before? Even domain realm experts would have to flee from such a monster. When they heard Silent Wonder's decision, everyone felt that she had gone mad and was hopelessly optimistic. Why else would she make such a foolish, insane choice? Even the various superpowers expert teams had trouble with level 100 monsters at this stage of the game. No player could solo a level 100 Great Lord, much less a Grand Lord. Wonder is being too impulsive. Long Xianglong could only shake his head and sigh at his niece's decision. Although Hermit had presented 4 choices for the competition, as someone who had fought in level 100 neutral maps, he knew that there were really only 2 viable difficulties. The bit about surviving for 10 minutes was a joke. Level 100 peak experts wouldn't even survive more than 3 minutes against a level 100 Great Lord, much less against a Grand Lord. Moreover, Silent Wonder and the others were lifestyle players who rarely engaged in combat. What is Wonder thinking? Even if she's trying to improve Zero Wing's prestige, does she really need to choose a Grand Lord to do it? Cold Memory muttered, baffled. Cold Memory understood the reason behind Silent Wonder's decision. Many of the spectators here lamented over the fact that Zero Wing, not a superpower, backed her. She must have found these opinions offensive and chose to challenge a Grand Lord to prove Zero Wing's strength. However, Cold Memory was confused that Silent Wonder had chosen the Grand Lord instead of the Great Lord. She had better chances against the Great Lord, even if they were still quite slim, than she had against a Grand Lord. Now, she was simply making a fool of herself. Are you certain that you wish to challenge the Grand Lord? Wonder? Hermit, who was just as surprised by the girl's decision, asked for confirmation. Before the trial, Azure's Grand Elders had tested the challenge's viability. They had come to the conclusion that the highest difficulty challenge would be utterly impossible for current players. That's right. I choose to challenge a Grand Lord, Silent Wonder declared. Both Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian gave Silent Wonder strange looks. They had never thought that her choice was a serious one. It seems you'll never change, Wonder. It's a pity that you'll only find yourself in a dead end, Yen Xiaoqian said. She understood that Silent Wonder was attempting to save herself from a hopeless situation, but her opponent wasn't aware of how terrifying a level 100 Grand Lord really was. She, on the other hand, had encountered such a monster personally when she had accompanied her guild's main force on an expedition. All right, since you 3 have chosen, we'll begin the competition according to the original order, Hermit said. He could see Silent Wonder's determination, so he didn't try to dissuade her. A group of players then brought a 4-meter-tall cage into the venue. As the cage opened, a 3-tailed flaming tiger burst forth. As it did, Azure's members activated the magic array they had set up earlier, trapping the flaming tiger within. Not only did this magic barrier prevent the flaming tiger from escaping, but it also suppressed the flaming tiger's recovery speed. It was considered a bonus to the challengers. 3-tailed flaming tiger, wild beast, high lord, level 100 HP 42, 000, 000/42, 000, 000. The moment the flaming tiger emerged from its cage, every player in the venue felt an intense pressure bear down on them. Moreover, the temperature within the magic barrier rose due to the flaming tiger's body. It caused steam to rise, obscuring the space inside the barrier. However, Yen Xiaoqian, the competition's first challenger, was unfazed by the monster, and she slowly and steadily walked toward it. Roar! The instant Yen Xiaoqian entered the barrier, the flaming tiger roared and pounced, displaying such incredible speed that it made many of the Tier 2 experts in the venue nervous. The flaming tiger's movement speed was easily higher than that of a Tier 2 assassin. The flaming tiger swiped a paw at Yen Xiaoqian, and in response, she lifted her staff, summoning a thick ice wall between her and the High Lord. Even when the flaming tiger struck the ice wall, it suffered hardly any damage. What powerful attributes! Is this the might of the elven light set? Everyone watched in astonishment as Yan Xiaoqian effortlessly blocked the flaming tiger's attack. They were all aware of how powerful a level 100 High Lord was. Even a level 100 Tier 2 metric tons would struggle to tank one. The task would usually require 2 MTs. Yan Xiaoqian, however, had stopped the flaming tiger's assault with a simple spell. What amazing Tier 2 silent casting! Yan Xiaoqian's ice wall even surprised Cold Memory. The young woman hadn't cast the ordinary Tier 1 ice wall. Rather, Yan Xiaoqian had cast the Tier 2 spell Enchanted Ice Wall, a magically enhanced version of the Tier 1 ice wall. Of course, due to how complex Tier 2 spells were, they were difficult to cast without a chant. Even if an elementalist succeeded to do so without a chant, their completion rate would suffer, reducing the spell's power in turn. And yet, despite casting the spell without a chant, Yan Xiaoqian's ice wall was strong enough to stop the flaming tiger. Her success was a testament to her high spell completion rate. Seeing this, Cold Memory couldn't help but feel inferior when it came to mental fortitude and control over mana. Seeing that its attack had failed, the flaming tiger circled the ice wall, but Yan Xiaoqian didn't give it the opportunity. She immediately summoned several more ice walls surrounding the flame tiger. She then double-speed cast her Tier 2 spells, Earthen Spike and Frostwheel arrows. With nowhere to run, both attacks slammed into the flaming tiger, and damages of over -100,000 appeared above the High Lord's head, one after another. The flaming tiger tried to break through the ice walls, but Yan Xiaoqian replaced the destroyed ice walls almost instantly. When the flaming tiger did manage to break free and attack Yan Xiaoqian, she activated Blink and teleported to a safe distance. She would then create another line of ice walls, steadily draining the High Lord's HP. The young elementalist's performance stunned the various superpowers experts. They had never dreamed that a player could toy with a level 100 High Lord like this. The way she smoothly transitioned from spell to spell was particularly impressive. It almost looked like she gracefully danced across the battlefield as she attacked and evaded. Many of the peak experts felt their scalps tingle as they watched. In the end, Yan Xiaoqian killed the three-tailed flaming tiger in less than 15 minutes. After Yan Xiaoqian emerged from the barrier, it was Silk Moon's turn. She also had to face a three-tailed flaming tiger, but since she was a Cursemancer, her attack power wasn't as high as Yan Xiaoqian's, an elementalist. Even so, Silk Moon's performance stunned the crowd as well. During her battle with the flaming tiger, she cast a variety of spells to reduce the High Lord's mobility, reaction speed, strength, and agility. To everyone's surprise, Silk Moon was also a domain realm expert. Once she had weakened the flaming tiger, the Cursemancer toyed with it as if she were playing with a kitten. Although Silk Moon's fight had lasted 5 minutes longer than Yan Xiaoqian's, she had seemed far more relaxed than her opponent. After the battle, the spectators burst into a heated discussion. Shortly after Silk Moon's fight, Azure's members brought in a 10-meter-tall cage, which attracted everyone's attention immediately. Before they opened the cage, Azure's members strengthened the magic array, which became so powerful that the mana density around it increased slightly. As the cage opened, a 9-meter-tall bear walked onto the battlefield. It was covered in pitch-black fur, and runes hovered around its body. When the crowd felt the bear's frightening aura, they felt chills crawl down their spines. Dark Moon Bear, Wild Beast Grand Lord, level 100 HP 210, 000, 000/210, 000, it's so strong. So, this is a level 100 Grand Lord. How is this supposed to be a fair fight? That thing can likely kill peak MTs with a single slap. Few of these experts had ever seen a level 100 Grand Lord, and they couldn't help but gasp when they saw the Dark Moon Bear. If not for the magic array that trapped the wild beast, they might have fled from the venue. Wonder, it's your turn now, but it's not too late to give up, Hermit gently told Silent Wonder. No individual player could deal with a creature as strong as the Dark Moon Bear. Not only would players have to fight as a team to defeat this monstrosity, but they'd also have to rely on a magic array to suppress it. Trying to survive against the unsuppressed Dark Moon Bear for 10 minutes was utterly impossible for a level 99 Tier 2 player. However, Silent Wonder ignored Hermit's advice as she approached the magic barrier. She's insane. I wonder how many hits she'll last. Hits? You think she can last more than one? That's a level 100 Grand Lord we're talking about. My guild's chief MT underestimated a level 100 Grand Lord once, and he died after 2 hits. The team's healers didn't even have a chance to heal him. What can an elementalist like her possibly do? As everyone watched Silent Wonder walk toward the barrier, they were certain that she had some mental issues. As far as they were concerned, trying to fight such a powerful beast was suicidal. Guild leader Black Flame, will Miss Wonder really be all right against the Dark Moon Bear? White Autumn asked as he watched. He knew that Sherfone was a Tier 3 player, but Silent Wonder wasn't. White Autumn wouldn't even be confident of lasting more than 10 minutes against the Grand Lord if he hadn't obtained the Sea God's blessing. Meanwhile, Silent Wonder's life aura wasn't particularly powerful, which proved that she only had an ordinary legacy. White Autumn doubted she'd even last 1 minute, much less 10. Relax. She knows what she's doing, Sherfong said, chuckling. As soon as Sherfong said that, Silent Wonder crossed the magic barrier. Almost simultaneously, the Dark Moon Bear charged at her, its frightening aura startling some of the Apex experts watching the fight. However, Silent Wonder held her composure. She simply removed her black cloak, revealing her crimson robes, and retrieved a resplendent staff from her bag, equipping it. As soon as she did, all of the mana within the barrier swarmed toward her as if she were this space's true queen. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU before the Dark Moon Bear could reach Silent Wonder, she lightly swung her staff. Answering her call, mana surged toward the tip of her staff, transforming into a flaming spear that shot toward the Grand Lord. The fire spear was so fast that not even the Dark Moon Bear had time to react. Boom! As the fiery weapon and the pitch-black bear collided, a flaming pillar enveloped the Dark Moon Bear, its flames so powerful that it shook the magic barrier. When the flames subsided, the Dark Moon Bear slid to an abrupt halt. Chapter 2365, Humanoid Monster. Chapter 2365, Humanoid Monster. Although the Dark Moon Bear had simply halted its charge as a result of Silent Wonder's attack, the spectating crowd gaped in shock. As if time had stopped, silence fell over the competition venue. How is that possible? What did she do? Even Duan Hans Han, Long Xianglong, and White Autumn were shocked, not to mention the various superpowers experts. Even a 100-man team of level 100 Tier 2 experts would be annihilated if they tried to challenge a level 100 Grand Lord without a magic array, yet Silent Wonder stood against such a beast alone. Despite being only level 99, Silent Wonder had stopped the Dark Moon Beat's charge with a single spell. It was unbelievable. Since when has Wonder been able to silent cast Tier 2 spells so proficiently? Cold Memory stared at the smoking Dark Moon Bear, confused. Although the power of Silent Wonder's spell had surprised Cold Memory, she was more surprised by the young elementalist's silent casting. When one cast a spell without chanting, they sacrificed a significant percentage of their spell completion rate. Achieving an 80% completion rate as Yen Xiaoqian had was already impressive, yet Silent Wonder had gone a step further and cast her spell with more than a 90% completion rate. Cold Memory knew this because the Tier 2 spell, Flame Spear, only generated a fire pillar on impact if the caster achieved a 90% completion rate or better. Not even Silk Moon, a domain realm expert, could accomplish the feat, however. Of everyone in the venue, Silent Wonder was the most shocked to see this outcome. So, this is the power of a fragmented legendary weapon. Silent Wonder's heart pounded as she glanced at the brilliant silver in her hand. Sure Foam had secretly passed her the weapon before she had walked onto the battlefield. She had nearly stumbled when she had seen the staff, a fragmented legendary weapon. The various superpowers constantly searched for such a weapon, and not even the Azure Chamber of Commerce had found one, yet Zero Wing had. She had seen many powerful epic weapons, but they weren't even in the same dimension as Brilliant Silver. Setting aside the staff's attributes, Brilliant Silver's passive skills made it far stronger than an epic weapon. Thanks to Soul Transition, she now possessed a Tier 3 soul, and as a result, her spells were much easier to cast. With the bonus to her mana body as well, she had more control over mana than ever before. Before the spectators could recover from their daze, the Dark Moon beat charged at Silent Wonder again, giving the Elementalist no time to prepare. The Grand Lord was clearly furious, and when it was only 30 yards from Silent Wonder, it jumped into the air and launched a mana-filled swipe at the young woman. A translucent paw of mana formed in the air, and many of the watching experts despaired. Not only was this paw incredibly fast, but it also covered a 20-yard radius. Dodging the attack would be utterly impossible. As the paw manifested, it contained enough power to rip apart space itself. If they were to receive such an attack, they'd be left without a body to bury. However, before the mana paw could land, Silent Wonder waved her staff and cast Enchanted Ice Wall, and a crystalline wall appeared before her immediately. Boom! The battlefield trembled for a moment after the Dark Moon Bear's attack struck the ice wall, shaking the venue with the sound of a massive explosion. Impossible! How high are her attributes? Is she a monster? Everyone was flabbergasted as they stared at the ice wall, which only bore a few minor cracks. When Silent Wonder had stopped the Dark Moon Bear's first charge, they had been able to chalk it up to her luck, assuming she had simply struck a weak spot. However, they had no excuses for her performance in stopping the Dark Moon Bear's mana paw attack with her enchanted ice wall. And yet, they still couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was absurd to think a level 99 Tier 2 Elementalist could have the basic attributes to rival a level 100 Grand Lord. Nobody would believe this story. I'm impossible. How are her basic attributes so high? Yen Xiaoqian, who watched from outside the barrier, couldn't believe her eyes. Yen Xiaoqian's equipment definitely ranked among the very best in God's domain right now. Even the various superpowers domain realm monsters would likely be no match for her in this regard. However, she could only fight a level 100 High Lord at best, yet Silent Wonder stood her ground against a level 100 Grand Lord, 2 ranks higher than a High Lord. How could she possibly believe this was true? Even Cold Memory and South Dream were dumbfounded. Just what kind of guild is Zero Wing to enable a level 99 player to stand against a level 100 Grand Lord? Cold Memory and South Dream could not help but turn to look at Sure Foam. They had never imagined that Zero Wing would have such a sturdy foundation. For a time, they were overwhelmed with curiosity about the guild. Zero Wing was merely a pseudo-superpower. It had already been amazing that Zero Wing's ability to nurture lifestyle players rivaled Dark Pursuit. Now, it proved that it could procure better weapons and equipment than what Dark Pursuit could get their hands on. It was utterly unbelievable. Everyone already realized that Silent Wonder would win this competition. If Silent Wonder could block the Dark Moon Bear's attacks, surviving for 10 minutes would not be difficult. In other words, she would earn the 20 sets of materials, whereas Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian would only have 6 sets each. Zero Wing, is it? Meanwhile, Duan Han's Han and Long Xianglong could not help but glance Shifeng's way. First, the man had received a friendly greeting from White Autumn, and now Silent Wonder put on an outstanding display. Regardless of their personal feelings, Duan Han's Han and Long Xianglong had to take Shifeng seriously, rather than focus on Zero Wing. The various superpowers were curious about Silent Wonder's equipment. Her equipment is definitely extraordinary if she can block a level 100 Grand Lord's attack at level 99. One wonder what kind of equipment she is wearing. The magic runes on her robes seem to match. I suspect she's wearing set equipment, but which set? If I could get my hands on a set like that, neither my Tier 3 promotion quest nor defeating field bosses would be a problem. For a time, the various superpowers experts watched Silent Wonder in envy. If they had such incredible set equipment, they could roam level 100 neutral maps without fear. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know what set equipment Miss Wonder is using? White Autumn curiously asked. It has gathered so much of the ambient mana. Naturally, he shared the same thoughts as the various superpowers. Such a set equipment would make killing field bosses in level 100 neutral maps so much easier. The set might even help him during his Tier 3 promotion quest. The Crimson Sunset, a Tier 2 advanced mana set equipment, Shifeng answered honestly. A Tier 2 advanced mana set equipment. White Autumn's breathing became excited. He had never realized that Zero Wing was this powerful. He had heard of mana set equipment before. It was top-tier set equipment that was even more powerful than dark gold set equipment, but mana set equipment was painfully rare in God's domain. Moreover, the higher the mana set equipment's tier was, the rarer it would be. As far as he knew, none of the various superpowers had a single complete Tier 2 mana set equipment. Yet Zero Wing had a complete advanced mana set equipment. If he could equip Giant's Heart's Peak experts with the Crimson Sunset, they'd have a better chance of completing their Tier 3 promotion quests as well. Vice Guild Leader, White, are you interested in this Crimson Sunset? Shifeng asked. You jest, Guild Leader Black Flame. I doubt any player would turn away something like this. White Autumn said, a hint of envy and desire flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the Crimson Sunset Silent Wonder War. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, if you want one, Zero Wing has a few, Shifeng calmly stated. Zero Wing certainly needed the Crimson Sunsets, but it needed money more. Since a wealthy guild like Giant's Heart was willing to work with Zero Wing, Shifeng wouldn't mind selling the guild a few of the sets. Really? White Autumn was instantly excited about the prospect. How many sets can you sell? He had already witnessed the Crimson Sunset's effects. If he could get 2 or 3 sets for Giant's Heart, the guild's main force wouldn't have to worry about grinding in level 100 neutral maps, and he could challenge his Tier 3 promotion quest immediately. Zero Wing doesn't have many sets. Will 30 be enough? Shifeng asked after giving the matter some thought. Chapter 2366. Unexpected Harvest, 30 sets. Chapter 2366. Unexpected Harvest, 30 sets. White Autumn stared at Shifeng with wide eyes, utterly baffled. He would have already been impressed if Zero Wing could afford to part with 2 or 3 sets. After all, they were talking about advanced mana set equipment, which was far rarer and more valuable than level 95 dark gold set equipment. Yet, Shifeng had just offered to sell him 30 Crimson Sunsets. That's right, 30 sets, Shifeng said, chuckling at White Autumn's dazed expression. Each Crimson Sunset will cost 15,000 gold and 10,000 magic crystals. What do you think, Vice Guild leader, White? Although the Crimson Sunset was extremely valuable, each set could, at most, fetch him around 30,000 to 40,000 gold. He wouldn't make any profit if he only sold a handful of sets, but selling 30 at once would be a huge windfall for Zero Wing. Of course, he could auction off the Crimson Sunsets. He'd definitely earn more money from each set if he did, but he didn't want too many powers to get their hands on the equipment, helping their experts complete their Tier 3 promotion quests much sooner. Ultimately, that wouldn't benefit Zero Wing. So, a total of 450,000 gold and 300,000 magic crystals. White Autumn realized what Shifeng implied. Can I buy 100 sets, then? Even a fool could tell that Zero Wing had the ability to produce the Crimson Sunset. When White Autumn thought about the Crimson Sunset's potential mass production, he shuddered. Even if mass production wasn't possible, just being able to craft the sets was frightening. The fact that Zero Wing didn't want to share the Crimson Sunset with the various powers made this an excellent opportunity for him and Giant's Heart. If he could secure 100 Crimson Sunsets for Giant's Heart, not only could he satisfy his guild's experts who intended to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests, but he could also arm the guild for exploring level 100 neutral maps. 100 sets. Shifeng rolled his eyes. Secretly, however, Giant's Heart's wealth shocked him. He said, "Producing the Crimson Sunsets is incredibly difficult and requires precious materials. At most, I can sell up to 50 sets, but the price will be different for that many. A handful of Crimson Sunsets wouldn't be overly helpful to a guild, but dozens of sets would be a different story." This was especially true as players began to reach level 100. The benefits of several dozen Crimson Sunsets were unimaginable. "May I know how much you intend to charge?" White Autumn asked, smiling. The price change didn't surprise him in the least. "If you want 50 sets, it'll cost you a total of 900,000 gold and 600,000 magic crystals. Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. If he had 900,000 gold, he would have enough capital to develop his territory in the Cold Spring Canyon. Meanwhile, with the 600,000 magic crystals, he could forge a new batch of Crimson Sunsets. "All right, deal," White Autumn answered without hesitation. It might be a significant price increase, but 50 Crimson Sunsets would give Giant's Heart a massive edge over the other superpowers when it came to nurturing Tier 3 players and exploring level 100 neutral maps. White Autumn was confident these Crimson Sunsets would also help the guild compete with Pride Empire on land. White Autumn and Shifeng then signed an agreement. Even for a superpower, 900,000 gold and 600,000 magic crystals was a huge sum, and it would take White Autumn some time to collect the payment. Shifeng was quite satisfied. He hadn't expected his trip to the Dark Hills to net him so much gold and magic crystals. After this competition, he could turn his focus to the Cold Spring Canyon's development. Once he solidified his hold on the Cold Spring Canyon, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about contending with the various other worlds' invading powers. The guild's development speed might even reach new highs thanks to the canyon's resources. While Shifeng and White Autumn had been negotiating, Silent Wonder won the competition. Since the moment she had stepped onto the battlefield with the Dark Moon Bear, the competition's outcome had been decided. Yen Xiaoqian was a talented alchemist, but she had only earned 6 sets of materials to work with. In the end, she had only produced 3 bottles of Meditation Soul. Silent Wonder, on the other hand, had produced 6 bottles before she had even used all 20 material sets. Even though Silent Wonder had won by a landslide, the other members of the Azure Chamber of Commerce couldn't believe the outcome. "Big Sis Jade, this is our chance. Now that Silent Wonder has won, the Long family has secured its rule over Azure. Naturally, Zero Wing will benefit from this," the blue-clad assassin beside Jade Bamboo said. Although we can't become members of Azure, we can ally with Zero Wing and use Azure's channels through the guild. With how intense the competition in God's domain is becoming, I doubt Zero Wing would turn us away. The Azure Chamber of Commerce had access to both of the main continents, and had even more resources on hand than some super guilds. The Eastern continent's various superpowers were particularly eager to obtain resources from the Eastern continent. Meanwhile, the other world's various powers were rapidly expanding on the main continent. If Zero Wing collaborated with their Adventurer Alliance, the Alliance could provide additional security for the guild. It was a benefit that many first-rate guilds and pseudo-superpowers needed but failed to acquire. All right, after the competition, I'll report the outcome to the Alliance Master, Jade Bamboo said, nodding. Meanwhile, Yen Xiaoqian stood on the competition grounds, still dazed. She had never dreamed that she would lose so miserably. I admit that I lost this time. Wonder, but you better not get complacent. Dark Pursuit's foundations are far more powerful than you can imagine. I will not lose the next competition between our families, Yen Xiaoqian declared, glaring at Silent Wonder. She then turned and left. The competition for the rights to rule Azure had ended, but the shareholding families held this competition each year to determine the strength and potential of the younger generation. After all, the children held the future in their hands. Yen Xiaoqian intended to use the next competition to recover from today's humiliation. Silent Wonder simply shook her head. She hadn't thought that Yen Xiaoqian would view her as a rival. Wonder, the competition is over. From now on, our Long family will be responsible for leading Azure in God's domain, Long Xianglong said as he approached Silent Wonder. Everyone has witnessed your talents. Return to the Western continent with me. You'll only be able to grow by training at the Chamber's main headquarters. The Eastern continent's legacies can't compare to those on the Western continent, and strength is everything in God's domain. You don't have to worry about Zero Wing. I'll give Zero Wing a large-scale shop in Demonstone Town. Not only will the guild be able to earn a significant amount of resources through the shop, but it will also have access to plenty of treasure from the Western continent. Silent Wonder's display had certainly shocked Long Xianglong. He hadn't realized that his niece was so powerful. She was just as talented in combat as Yen Xiaoqian. Although he had also been surprised to learn that Silk Moon had reached the domain realm, her health remained a problem. Unfortunately, Burning Owl couldn't lead the Long family to glory in the future alone. Hence, Silent Wonder's participation was absolutely necessary. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Third Uncle. I already told you. I've decided to stay in Zero Wing. Silent Wonder insisted. Enough nonsense. With your talents, it won't be long before you become one of the Chamber's vice guild leaders. You'll have no issues becoming a Grand Elder in the future, either. You'll have a much better future with the Chamber than in a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing, Long Xianglong argued. At this rate, you'll only ruin your prospects. As Silent Wonder tried to explain herself, everyone in the hall heard a deep voice. Elder Long, Silent Wonder is a genius, but I disagree that she'll ruin her future by staying in Zero Wing. Silence descended on the venue. No one had expected someone to be daring enough to refute Long Xianglong's statement, and everyone spun toward the speaker. The player that had interrupted the conversation between the Long family members was none other than Shifeng, who slowly approached Long Xianglong. Chapter 2367, Sword King? Chapter 2367, Sword King? How dare he? Everyone in the venue looked at Shifeng as if he were a fool. Long Xianglong was the strongest member of the Long family's second generation. He was even capable of contending with Hermit, and now that the Long family had secured the right to rule Azure, his status in the chamber was even higher than Hermit's and Duan Hanshan's. The various superpowers would do anything they could to befriend Long Xianglong at this point. And yet, Shi Feng had done the exact opposite, destroying any goodwill he had earned from helping Silent Wonder achieve victory. There's definitely something mentally wrong with that guy, Big Sis Jade. After that outburst, Zero Wing had likely lost any access to Azure's resources, the blue-clad assassin beside Jade Bamboo said, frowning. Long Xianglong was the second most influential person from the Long family's second generation. He had the authority to decide much regarding the family's and Azure's future. Even if he decided against attacking Zero Wing after Shi Feng's offense, it was almost certain that the guild wouldn't get anything from the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Everything Zero Wing had invested in this competition was for naught. What is he thinking? Jade Bamboo felt as if she were going mad as she watched Shi Feng. Does he think that helping Silent Wonder win this competition is enough to stand on equal footing with Long Xianglong? Earlier, Duan Hanshan hadn't called Long Xianglong Lunatic Long because the man was a fighting maniac, but because of the way he conducted himself. Once Long Xianglong decided to do something, no one could dissuade him. He would try to achieve his goal at all costs. It was easy to imagine what outcome awaited Shi Feng for offending the man. Shi Feng had already secured Azure's bountiful resources for his guild, yet he had thrown that away just as quickly. Not even a fool would be so wasteful, yet Shi Feng had done so without any hesitation. Jade Bamboo had just finished her report to her alliance master and proposed a partnership with Zero Wing, too. I knew this kid wouldn't play by the rules. This is going to be interesting, Duan Hanshan said, grinning. Duan Hanshan was known for how protective he was of his faction's members in the Azure Chamber of Commerce, but he also knew how to view the bigger picture and prioritize. Long Xianglong, however, didn't. The man only prioritized his own goals, which was why Duan Hanshan didn't want to quarrel with him. While whispered discussions filled the venue, Long Xianglong turned toward Shi Feng. What? You think I'm wrong? Long Xianglong asked in a warning tone. With those words, everyone felt a chill crawl down their spines. Long Xianglong hadn't said much, but they could all hear his rage. They had no doubt that the man would attack anyone who dared to speak up. And yet, when Burning Owl heard the warning, he wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief. Thank goodness Third Uncle didn't just attack, but Black Flame should know how to back off. Burning Owl was very familiar with his third uncle's general attitude. It always gave him huge headaches when he had to deal with the man. He had thought his third uncle would have attacked Shi Feng without a second thought. Fortunately, Long Xianglong had held back out of respect for Silent Wonder. Even an ordinary expert would realize what the man was thinking as they faced his third uncle's frightening, killing intent. As long as Shi Feng had half a brain, he should know how to respond. However, Shi Feng's reply dumbfounded Burning Owl and the various superpowers' upper echelons. That's right. That assumption is incorrect. Shi Feng immediately replied. Wonder might be able to develop well in Azure, but her development in Zero Wing would be just as successful. Silent Wonder's talent went without saying. Not only had she been one of the 10 great Grandmaster alchemists in the past, but she had also been a Tier 5 powerhouse. Even the various superpowers had been helpless against her without dispatching a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Although the Azure Chamber of Commerce had a foundation that rivaled super guilds, Zero Wing was just as capable of nurturing experts. After all, Zero Wing had the extraordinary tower. None of the various superpowers had this advantage, and the realms of truth were far more beneficial to magical class players like Silent Wonder than the realms of refinement. If Silent Wonder could master the realms of truth, she would gain strength far beyond that of reaching the domain realm. This was the very reason that Violet Cloud commanded more combat power than Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. despite having the same combat standards. Of course, as soon as Shifeng finished his statement, silence returned to the venue. Is his brain broken? Burning Owl nearly cursed aloud when he heard Shifeng argue. Not once, but twice. Shifeng had provoked his third uncle twice. It's no wonder why this kid dared to provoke me earlier. It seems he had no fear of death. Duan Hanshan was stunned by Shifeng's response. Even he was afraid of provoking Long Xianglong. The only people that could keep the man in check were the Long family's old man and Azure's guild leader. Long Xianglong didn't respect anyone else and typically did as he wished. While the various superpowers' upper echelons watched, their envy of Zero Wing vanished instantly. Now, they merely laughed and ridiculed Shifeng's ignorance. Even Silk Moon, who had watched this play out in silence, gave Shifeng a strange look. You're quite interesting, young man. I don't know how many years it's been since someone has spoken to me like that, Long Xianglong said, flashing Shifeng a wrathful grin. You must be confident in Zero Wing's strength, since you think it can help Wonder's development as much as Azure, right? In that case, why don't you show me this strength? Third uncle. Silent Wonder rushed forward to dissuade Long Xianglong. Do not interfere, Wonder. I want to see the standards of the guild you so favor, Long Xianglong said as he raised his hand to stop Silent Wonder. He returned his attention to Shifeng and said, My requirements of your guild aren't high. Since you're the guild leader, you should have satisfactory combat standards. If you can survive 10 moves against me, I'll stand aside. However, if you fail, Wonder will have to leave Zero Wing. Of course, Zero Wing will still gain access to the resources it deserves. What do you think? As far as Long Xianglong was concerned, Shifeng was an ignorant fool that had grown arrogant because he had obtained some good equipment for Silent Wonder, and Silent Wonder still viewed God's Domain as the same kind of virtual reality game of the past. She simply didn't realize the advantages the Azure Chamber of Commerce had in God's Domain. What? Are you afraid? Long Xianglong taunted, interpreting Shifeng's silence as fear. As Shifeng was about to speak, White Autumn suddenly stepped forward. Is this necessary, Brother Long? Can we not allow the younger generation to make their own decisions? White Autumn asked. Everyone was surprised by White Autumn's intervention. What relationship does White Autumn have with Zero Wing? I can't believe he's actually willing to stand up for the guild in a situation like this, Jade Bamboo muttered as she curiously glanced at Shifeng. Now that the Long family ruled Azure, the various superpowers would fight for its favor. They'd do anything in their power to support Long Xianglong, and yet White Autumn chose to support Zero Wing. This was simply unbelievable. Please do not try to stop this. Vice Guild Leader White. This is between us, Long Xianglong said. Although he was just as surprised, he rejected White Autumn's advice. Brother Long, you misunderstand. I'm not trying to stand against you. I'm only doing this for your own good, White Autumn said, shaking his head as he smiled. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What are you trying to say? Long Xianglong coldly demanded. I mean that you're no match for Guild Leader Black Flame. White Autumn explained with a sigh. I'm not a match for him. Long Xianglong laughed. And why not? Do you think that Azure is no match for Zero Wing just because it has powerful weapons and equipment that Azure cannot secure its own? Long Xianglong knew that Zero Wing had powerful foundations. He could easily evaluate Silent Wonder's equipment. As Zero Wing's guild leader, Shifeng's weapons and equipment should be just as good, if not better, than Silent Wonder's, but that didn't mean that the Azure Chamber of Commerce was inferior in this regard. It is because he is a Tier 3 Sword King. Chapter 2368. Venue shocked. Chapter 2368. Venue shocked. White Autumn hadn't been loud, but everyone in the venue had heard him clearly. they immediately turned toward Shifeng in astonishment. He's reached Tier 3. Impossible. Instinctively, they refused to believe White Autumn's claim, especially the furious Long Xianglong. He assumed White Autumn was trying to trick him. Is White Autumn joking? How can that kid be Tier 3? Not even Duan Hans Han believed White Autumn's statement had been serious. Apex experts like Duan Hans Han had been fighting to reach Tier 3 for a while, yet even now he wasn't confident of completing his promotion quest and intended to train for a while longer. Meanwhile, Shifeng was merely the guild leader from a pseudo-superpower. He had nowhere near as much access to resources as Azure's Grand Elders. It'd already be impressive if the young man had reached level 100, not to mention Tier 3. However, Hermit suddenly stepped forward and confirmed he is indeed a Tier 3 Sword King. Shocked silence filled the venue again after Hermit supported White Autumn's statement. Not only had White Autumn claimed that Shifeng was a Tier 3 player, but now Hermit, one of Azure's Grand Elders, agreed. Either these two men were playing a joke, or they were telling the truth. However, Hermit should have no reason to lie with his status and position. Everyone turned to stare at Shifeng, their expressions changing. Rather than seeing a simple pseudo-superpowers guild leader, they saw Shifeng as a Tier 3 powerhouse that could effortlessly slaughter Tier 2 players. It's no wonder why Hermit turned a blind eye to his earlier transgression. So, he's a Tier 3 Sword King? Realization dawned on Burning Owl. Hermit was famous for his strict nature in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. He wouldn't tolerate an outsider killing one of Azure's peak experts, yet he had done precisely that at the Dark Hills checkpoint. He had even admonished the surviving peak experts that guarded the checkpoint. Hermit wasn't trying to interfere with the two main families' affairs. He just wanted to prevent any friction between Azure and Shifeng. Tier 3? He's certainly hidden his strength, Jade Bamboo muttered. Now, she watched Shifeng with a more serious gaze. She hadn't thought that Zero Wing had such an incredible foundation. The Tier 3 promotion quest was an exceptionally difficult trial. Based on what she knew, none of God's Domain's superpowers had successfully nurtured a Tier 3 player yet. If Shifeng were truly a Tier 3 player, her Adventurer Alliance would need to re-evaluate the potential partnership with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Long Xianglong's complexion shifted between red and white. He was silent for a long moment, but eventually he gritted his teeth and glared at Shifeng. Excellent. You actually tried to trick me. Even he would have to flee from a Tier 3 player. The difference between the tiers' power was simply too massive to overcome, which was how Tier 2 players so easily trampled over Tier 1 players. Meanwhile, Duan Hans Han was relieved that he hadn't attacked the man earlier. Otherwise, he would have been in this awkward position, rather than Long Xianglong. Elder Long, do you still desire a match? Shifeng asked, smiling faintly. Shifeng could understand Long Xianglong's desire to drag Silent Wonder to the Azure Chamber of Commerce, but he couldn't ignore the man's insult that Zero Wing would destroy her future. If Long Xianglong wanted a match, Shifeng didn't mind showing off Zero Wing's foundations. No need. I admit that I am no match for you right now, Long Xianglong decided. However, the difference between our individual strengths doesn't prove anything. Nurturing experts require a massive amount of resources. Is Zero Wing better equipped than Azure to handle that requirement? How would we know if we don't try? Shifeng nonchalantly replied. Azure had a lot of resources, but Zero Wing wasn't as unprepared to nurture experts as it had been in the past. This was especially true now that Zero Wing had accumulated a huge stockpile of primal void stones. Once the guild constructed a combat room with those stones, it would be just as capable of nurturing experts as current superpowers. Furthermore, Shi Feng had a better understanding of what awaited players after Tier 3 than anyone. Good. Very good. Azure holds this competition between the shareholder family's younger generation every year. Naturally, Wonder will participate in next year's competition as well. Show me how far she'll develop with Zero Wing without Azure's resources. Long Xianglong snarled before he turned and left. Third uncle. Silent Wonder felt anxious as she watched Long Xianglong storm off. Zero Wing had expended a lot of resources to help her improve. She had hoped to return the favor with resources from Azure once she had won the competition, but Long Xianglong's attitude made it clear that he had no intention of giving her guild a single cent. Don't bother. Second sis. You know how third uncle is. We'll have to wait until he calms down to persuade him. Burning Owl advised, trying to ease Silent Wonder's nerves. She had no choice but to give up, despite how guilty she felt. Meanwhile, the various spectating powers joyfully grinned at Shi Feng, especially Duan Han's Han. Despite helping the Long family a great deal, Zero Wing would walk away with nothing. Why wouldn't Duan Han's Han be pleased? Black Flame is very strong, but he's foolish. He threw away such a golden opportunity. Yan Shaoqian looked at the man, a little disappointed. It seems Silent Wonder won't be a match for me in the next competition. Black Flame really is stubborn. If he hadn't provoked Long Xianglong, he would have secured precious resources from the Western continent. Not only would Zero Wing have grown stronger, but it would have had an easier time fending off the other world's invading powers. But he's lost everything. What can he possibly do by himself? The blue-clad assassin beside Jade Bamboo surmised, just as stunned by Shi Feng's performance as the rest of the crowd. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shi Feng might be very strong and deserve respect for reaching Tier 3 so soon, but he'd only have that advantage for a short time. His status as a Tier 3 player would be meaningless once the various superpowers experts were the same tier. How exactly did Zero Wing intend to compete with the Azure Chamber of Commerce then? Jade Bamboo nodded in agreement. She had planned to convince her alliance master to negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing, but it seemed that it was no longer necessary. Similarly, the other superpowers that intended to approach Zero Wing about an alliance dismissed the idea. Shi Feng didn't remain in Demonstone Town after Azure's competition reached its end. He and Silent Wonder immediately teleported back to White River City. Since the very beginning, he had never viewed Demonstone Town's resources as important. He had only one thing on his mind: his territory in the Cold Spring Canyon. Once he developed the area, the resources Azure could offer would pale in comparison. Chapter 2369, Candlelight's New Benefits. Chapter 2369, Candlelight's New Benefits. 2 lights flashed in White River City's teleportation hall as Shi Feng and Silent Wonder returned. Although they had only been away from the city for about half a day, it had changed significantly. There were visibly more players in the teleportation hall than when they had left, and many of these players originated from the various other worlds. Their life auras were clearly different from the main continent's ordinary players. Many of Star Moon Kingdom's original inhabitants couldn't help but envy these otherworld players when they saw them. Being a silver member in the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance is wonderful. The Alliance actually lets them tag along with so many experts when questing and leveling up. A level 92 shield warrior in full level 90 mysterious iron equipment said as he watched a team walk toward the teleportation array. I wonder when I'll get promoted to silver rank. When I do, my friends and guilds will die from envy. Silver members might get excellent benefits, but becoming one of the Alliance's elites is easier said than done. One of the shield warrior's teammates, a level 93 assassin, said. Major powers from several other worlds founded the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance recently, and they've made huge investments in the Alliance. As a result, they've substantially raised the requirements to reach silver rank. You only used to need to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor to become a silver member, but now you need to reach the early stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. That's old news. I've heard they've recently raised the bar to the 6th floor's middle stage, and you need to make significant contributions to the Alliance. Isn't that a little too much? The level 92 Shield Warrior exclaimed. Even in our adventurer team, only a handful of people can meet that requirement. I know, right? The level 93 assassin said, sighing. As players' average combat standards rose, the requirements to be considered an expert increased as well. But even at this stage of the game, the various major powers considered a player an ordinary expert if they could reach the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. The Star Moon Adventurer Alliance, however, required its silver members to reach the 6th floor's middle stage, much to the despair of many of the Alliance's ordinary experts. These otherworld powers are moving so quickly. Feng was surprised when he overheard the conversation. The various otherworld powers had only established adventurer alliances to recruit independent players after encountering resistance on the main continent during his previous life. Since individually, these powers' abilities and resources were limited, they usually worked together to run an adventurer alliance. And yet, these otherworld powers had begun to work together much sooner than they had in the past. Naturally, this would have a greater impact on the main continent's various powers. After all, independent players made up the majority of God's Domain's player base. With this thought in mind, Feng hurried toward the candlelight trading firm. The Otherworld Powers partnership would even have a massive impact on Super Guild's development, not to mention Zero Wing. If Zero Wing wanted to survive this invasion, not only would it have to grow its members' overall strength, but it would also have to recruit far more capable players. While they walked, Feng instructed Silent Wonder to level up, so she could complete her Tier 3 promotion quest sooner than later. Her combat standards weren't low, and she was just a step away from the Void Realm. She shouldn't have any issues completing her promotion quest as soon as she reached level 100 with the help of the enhanced Crimson Sunset. She'd likely have an even easier time completing it than Kola and the others. The first thing Feng did upon returning to the candlelight trading firm was to contact Melancholic Smile and have her prioritize the Crimson Dragon flying ship's production and material collection. He also told her to recruit more lifestyle players with high potential. After players reached level 100, lifestyle players would become a guild's main source of weapons, equipment, tools, and potions. The power that commanded the most lifestyle players would gain control over weapon and equipment supply after level 100. Fortunately, the various major powers would only figure this out once they began to explore level 100 neutral maps. Guild Leader. The various otherworld powers have been rapidly expanding their lifestyle player recruitments lately. Moreover, they are offering considerably high salaries. It won't be easy to compete with the Adventurer Alliance in this regard since it is an independent organization, Melancholic Smile said, smiling bitterly. To make matters worse, the kingdom's independent players have gone crazy since the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance has published its membership policy. Some lifestyle players have even begun to withdraw from their large guilds to join the alliance. Although Candlelight had a massive competitive edge thanks to its 4-star shop in White River City, that edge was only effective against the various large guilds. Independent organizations like the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance were a different story. As long as the alliance offered some benefits, both lifestyle players and combat players would be more than willing to join. The alliance's rules weren't particularly strict. After all, I understand. Feng nodded. But no matter what, we need to accelerate the trading firm's development. From now on, I intend to give normal members access to the meditation rooms as well, but they'll have to pay 10,000 GCPs per hour. We'll also open the research workshop to all internal members for 50,000 GCPs per half hour. Core members will receive a 20% discount for the research workshop. These conditions should be enough to lure in quite a few capable lifestyle players, Melancholic Smile said, her eyes glowing with excitement. The basic meditation room was extremely helpful to lifestyle players, especially those who hadn't yet reached the master rank. The room's environment was miraculously effective when players practiced production methods. In addition, the meditation room could help players when they created basic master designs or recipes. Access to the rooms was a very attractive benefit to lifestyle players. Candlelight's normal members hadn't had any access to the basic meditation rooms thus far, since there were too few available. But now that Candlelight had a 4-star shop and 5 3-star shops, the number of rooms available had skyrocketed. Renting some of the basic meditation rooms to the trading firms, normal members wouldn't affect the internal members' development in the least. Moreover, Candlelight wasn't strict with its normal members. Normal members were only required to produce a certain number of items every day. If lifestyle players learned that they could rent basic meditation rooms as a normal member in Candlelight, they'd lose their minds. Only 3-star shops and greater had basic meditation rooms. And at this stage of the game, very few powers had 3-star shops, most of which were superpowers. Generally, these superpowers reserved the basic meditation rooms for their master lifestyle players. Normal members had no hope of using them. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, Candlelight's players, regardless of lifestyle rank, would be able to rent a basic meditation room in the Candlelight trading firm. Furthermore, based on the value of Candlelight's GCPs, 10,000 GCPs were only equal to 30 gold. Renting a basic meditation room for 30 gold an hour was a bargain that lifestyle players wouldn't find anywhere else in God's domain. The various adventurer alliances might be able to offer more resources and freedom, but these factors wouldn't be nearly as helpful to a lifestyle player's development as a basic meditation room. Shi Feng left Melancholic Smile to oversee the adjustments and recruitment. He then resumed the Crimson Sunsets production to help the guild's core members prepare for their Tier 3 promotion quests. After half a day of work, White Autumn's Secret visited the Candlelight trading firm to fulfill his transaction with Shi Feng. In exchange for 50 Crimson Sunsets, Shi Feng instantly obtained 900,000 gold and 600,000 magic crystals. I finally have enough money. Time to visit the Adventurers Association. Shi Feng brimmed with confidence as he gazed at the astronomical sum of coins in his bag. He left the Candlelight trading firm immediately, heading toward the Adventurers Association. Chapter 2370, Night Division takes shape. White River City Adventurers Association. Chapter 2370, Night Division takes shape. White River City Adventurers Association. Due to the new Star Moon Adventurer Alliance in Star Moon Kingdom, White River City's Adventurers Association had become extraordinarily lively. When Shi Feng arrived, he spotted teams entering and leaving the building. Nearly half of these players were from other worlds. There were now many times more otherworld players than there had been several days ago. Moreover, every one of these otherworld players was impressively strong, with the lowest level among them level 98, while many had already reached level 99. These otherworld players' average level was far higher than the local players. There are so many people here. Has it started already? Shi Feng was a little surprised as he watched the teams flow in and out of the association. The otherworld powers weren't the main continent's various powers' true opponent. Rather, it was the otherworld's general populace. When the planar passages had first opened, only the otherworld's asterisk major powers had been able to cross to the main continent since they had monopolized their respective passages. However, as the passages activated fully, Not even those major powers could control them completely, and as a result, players surged toward the main continent. Competition on the main continent had already been intense, and now, as powerful otherworld players joined the fray, it was easy to imagine the impact they had on the main continent's various powers. Players would especially fight over the resources in the various NPC cities. Take the Adventurers Association. For example, there were only so many high-ranked quests available, and with an increase in player population, it was natural that players would have fewer quests to complete. If resources became less available, the various large guilds' development would slow significantly. The guilds that hadn't bothered to focus on neutral maps, in particular, would suffer. This lack of resources would be fatal to them. This was why even superpowers had fallen prey to the otherworld powers in Shifeng's previous life. Even if the main continent's ordinary powers hadn't been directly affected by the invasion, the aftereffects had been more than enough to stagnate their development. Currently, Zero Wing had a wide sphere of development. The guild even had territory in neutral maps. Zero Wing shouldn't have any issues enduring the initial otherworld invasion. However, the guild still needed to be very careful with its operations. Otherwise, Zero Wing would suffer a severe developmental blow since multiple hostile superpowers were keeping an eye on it. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng entered the Adventurers Association. Administrator Lorraine, I wish to check the status of the night draft. Shifeng addressed the elven beauty that entered the VIP reception room he occupied. The 5,000 knights were crucial to his management of the Cold Spring Canyon. Although he had spent a lot of money to draft these knights, he hadn't bothered to visit the Adventurers Association since he hadn't had enough money. Finding willing and powerful NPCs wouldn't matter if he couldn't afford to hire them. Hiring NPCs for a knight division wasn't like hiring NPCs as soldiers to protect a guild town. He would not receive any subsidies from the kingdom. It was like nurturing 5,000 personal guards. Without sufficient capital, he couldn't support the knight division. Now, however, he had 900,000 gold on him, which should be, more or less, enough to establish his knight division. This is the current status of your draft, Lorraine said, smiling as she handed Shifeng a thick stack of papers. He was dumbfounded when he saw the listed numbers on the summary sheet. Aren't these results a little too amazing? Shifeng couldn't believe his eyes. His draft had attracted 20,164 NPCs in total. Among them, 13,664 were Tier 2 Common Knights, 4,814 were Tier 2 Bronze Knights, 1,669 were Tier 2 Mysterious Iron Knights, 15 were Tier 2 Secret Silver Knights, and 2 were Tier 2 Fine Gold Knights. Shifeng had assumed he'd be fortunate to gain the interest of 5,000 NPCs with his draft. Recruiting NPCs wasn't easy. After all, players that weren't one-star lords would have to spend 2 or 3 months to find enough interested NPCs. And yet, he had over 20,000 NPCs apply for the draft, and they were frighteningly high quality. Based on what Shifeng knew, most of the NPCs in a Superpowers Knight division would be Bronze Knights, with very few Mysterious Iron Knights. Mysterious Iron Knights were just as rare as Mysterious Iron Personal Guards. Only the Knight divisions that had been in place for a while had attracted Secret Silver Knights in the past, and one would have to be very lucky to find treasured Fine Gold Knights. Shifeng had never imagined that his simple draft would lure 15 Secret Silver and 2 Fine Gold Knights. If the various superpowers of the past knew about this, they'd go mad with envy. As for Tier 3 NPCs, recruiting such a being was painfully difficult in God's domain because they were considered powerhouses in the game. They qualified to rule over a small city. Naturally, they wouldn't be willing to lower themselves to becoming someone's knight. However, when Shifeng saw the prices to recruit these NPCs, his excitement vanished. The Bronze Knights only requested a weekly salary of 30 gold, with a 20 gold per week nurturing fee, but the Knights of higher ranks cost far more. Mysterious Iron Knights requested a weekly salary of 70 gold and a 30 gold per week nurturing fee. Secret Silver Knights requested a weekly salary of 150 gold and 50 gold per week nurturing fee, and Fine Gold Knights requested a weekly salary of 300 gold and 100 gold per week nurturing fee. If Shurfeng hired the best available knights, maintaining his knight division would cost him 336,400 gold per week. Even superpowers would choke at this amount, and that didn't even include the cost of arming these knights. Lord Bronze Legatee, may I know who you wish to choose? Lorraine asked after Shurfeng's long silence. I want all of the Fine Gold, Secret Silver, and Mysterious Iron Knights. Fill the remaining slots with Bronze Knights, Shurfeng said, his heart aching as he spoke. Also, outfit the Secret Silver and Fine Gold Knights with epic equipment, and give the rest Secret Silver equipment. Fortunately, arming these knights cost as much as arming NPC soldiers. A full set of level 100 to level 150 epic equipment cost 4,000 gold, and a full set of level 100 to level 150 Secret Silver equipment cost 50 gold. Even so, it still cost him a total of 317,150 gold to outfit his entire knight division. Very well. Your total comes to 653,550 gold coins, Lorraine announced after calculating the total cost. Here, Shurfeng said, gritting his teeth. He was reluctant, but he still paid the full amount. If he hadn't just earned 900,000 gold, he doubted he'd be able to walk out of the Adventurers Association. Shurfeng finally understood why so few first-rate guilds had formed knight divisions in the past. Although it was profitable to own territory in a level 100 neutral map, the knight division was a heavy burden. If not handled carefully, a first-rate guild would easily go bankrupt. Only superpowers could afford to maintain a knight division without major repercussions. Now that you have hired your knights, please prepare their accommodations in your territory as soon as possible. If they do not have suitable accommodations, they may dissolve their contracts, Lorraine warned Shurfeng after she received the payment. At the moment, there wasn't even a town in Cold Spring Canyon. That won't be a problem. I wish to transfer Stone Forest City to my new territory now, Shurfeng said. He then handed another 50,000 gold to the Elven administrator. Once players had a land of their own, they had the authority to transfer a guild town or city to the area. Of course, the transfer had a price, which would depend on the target size. Transferring a basic city like Stone Forest City would cost 50,000 gold, while if one transferred an advanced town, they'd only have to pay 10,000 gold. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU mainstream players had already reached level 95, while most experts were, on average, level 97. They weren't far from level 100. Once players reached level 100, they wouldn't be allowed into the bottomless abyss. Although the bottomless abyss had bountiful resources, it would become drastically less useful to players as time passed, and as a result, Stone Forest City's daily income continued to decrease. Rather than let the city rot in the bottomless abyss, Shurfeng would benefit from transferring it to a level 100 neutral map as soon as possible. That won't be a problem. We'll send people to transfer your city immediately, Lorraine said as she accepted the 50,000 gold. She retrieved a map of the Cold Spring Canyon, smoothing it down on the table. Where do you wish to place I want to transfer it here beside Cold Spring Lake, Shurfeng said, as he pointed at one of the mountaintops near the lake. Very well. The transfer will be completed in 1 hour, Lorraine informed him once she had confirmed the destination. Once Shurfeng had settled his affairs with the Adventurers Association, he promptly returned to the candlelight trading firm to wait. At the same time, Stone Forest Town abruptly disappeared from the bottomless abyss, leaving a bunch of confused players in an empty plot of land. Chapter 2371. Abyss shaken. What happened? Why am I outside? Chapter 2371. Abyss shaken. What happened? Why am I outside? Where's the city? Crap. I just got here, and it just disappears? The players, forced out of Stone Forest City, looked around them in confusion. Stone Forest City was the most prosperous city in the bottomless abyss. Even though the various superpowers had established their own guild towns in the regional dungeon, these guild towns were nothing compared to Stone Forest City, especially when it came to training. Stone Forest City provided enough mana density that it was a holy land for training. Moreover, players could recover their exhausted stamina and concentration far faster in Stone Forest City than in the Superpowers Guild towns. Many teams that explored the bottomless abyss relied on the city as their resting point, including teams from the Superpowers that had their own guild towns. This made Stone Forest City the most popular resting area in the bottomless abyss. And yet, the city had just disappeared. Even players from the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers were stunned, not to mention the independent players. None of them had expected Stone Forest City, the closest resting area to the bottomless abyss's second floor, to suddenly vanish. Has something happened to Stone Forest City? Since the city disappeared once everyone was teleported out of it, Zero Wing must have transferred the city elsewhere. Transferred Stone Forest City elsewhere? Is Zero Wing insane? Does the guild want the bottomless abyss's resources? All of the various major powers members had their guesses regarding the city's abrupt disappearance, and they all reported back to their superiors. For a time, the various powers in the bottomless abyss were in an uproar. Stone Forest City had become irreplaceable in the bottomless abyss. Almost every power that wanted to explore the regional dungeon had to use the city, or their progress would fall behind their competition. Naturally, as one of the city's shareholders, the secret pavilion immediately received the news. What is Zero Wing doing? They moved Stone Forest City without mentioning it to us? Don't they know that this is a crucial moment for conquering the bottomless abyss? Yuan Tiexin's expression darkened as he read the latest report. Currently, the various superpowers were frantically trying to explore the bottomless abyss's third floor. The loot in that area was incredibly important. Not only did the third floor's monsters drop plenty of top-tier, level 95 plus weapons and equipment, but they also dropped a ton of magic crystals. There was even a higher chance to obtain 7 Luminaries crystals on that floor. Very few maps in God's domain could offer as abundant loot as the bottomless abyss's third floor. Moreover, since the planar passages had opened, the situation on the main continent had become painfully tense. A war of unimaginable scale could break out between powers at any time. Even the secret pavilion had to prepare. Stone Forest City's sudden disappearance from the bottomless abyss would definitely impact the secret pavilion's plans. The secret pavilion's guild leader had even called Yuan Tiexin personally about the matter. "Uncle Yuan, what should we do now?" Purple Jade asked. She was also quite concerned about the situation. After training in Stone Forest City, she had improved considerably. Now, she was only one step away from reaching the domain realm. "We have no choice. We have to meet with Black Flame now." The matter frustrated Yuan Tiexin. The secret pavilion owned some of Stone Forest City's shares, but Zero Wing held absolute authority over the city. Zero Wing might have an obligation to inform the secret pavilion of any decisions regarding Stone Forest City, but in truth, that didn't really matter. The secret pavilion simply had no say, while Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade made their way to White River City. The various superpowers in the bottomless abyss took this opportunity to claim the prime real estate Stone Forest City had left behind. While the various powers were making a fuss over Stone Forest City's disappearance, Liang Jing was having a nervous breakdown over it. After barging into Shifeng's special forging room, Liang Jing reported, "Guild leader, Stone Forest City has disappeared." I know. Shifeng, who was in the midst of producing a crimson sunset, nodded. You know, Liang Jing was shocked into a moment of silence. "Guild leader, is this your doing?" "That's right. I did it," Shifeng said, not bothering to hide the truth. After all, he had the most authority over the city. No one could transfer a city without permission. "Guild leader, Stone Forest City is one of our guild's main sources of income. Although we're not earning as much from the house's rent, we have just as many players interested in renting them. That rent alone is enough to fund normal operations of Zero Wing's main headquarters. With Stone Forest City gone from the bottomless abyss, many players are going to demand a refund," Liang Jing exclaimed as she massaged her temples. Currently, she was in charge of most of Zero Wing's headquarters affairs, especially now that Blackie and Gentle Snow had left their daily tasks to her. What gave her the biggest headache, however, was handling the payments that required credits. To ease the management flow, Shifeng had granted her authority to manage Stone Forest City's income. After a few months, she had finally managed to balance the headquarters' expenditures and Stone Forest City's income. And yet, Shifeng had just relocated Stone Forest City elsewhere, rendering her efforts useless. "Relax. They won't ask for a refund," Shifeng said, chuckling. "If they do, we can give them a refund based on the original price. We can even refund them in coins, if they want." Stone Forest City's private houses had always been leased for credits. Receiving a refund in coins would be a welcome bonus. Although it was becoming easier to earn coins, players had to bear more expenditures in God's domain. As a result, players weren't able to save a lot of coins as they reached higher levels. Hence, money farming teams and workshops were extremely popular among players that wanted to pay credits for coins in God's domain. God's domain was like a second world to players. Since coins were more useful in God's domain, players were naturally more willing to spend credits than coins. "If we do that, we'll still have to pay at least 100,000 gold in refunds," Liang Jing said, exasperated at Shifeng's nonchalant attitude. At this point, she was neither Chairman Zhao's secretary, nor was she ignorant of God's domain. On the contrary, she spent more time in the game than in the real world. She knew exactly how valuable 100,000 gold was. Even to the various superpowers, it was a significant sum. "Here's 100,000 gold. Hold on to it for now," Shifeng said as he passed the gold to Liang Jing. He then continued, "Later, send me a summary of how many people wanted a refund. I intend to hold a leasing auction for the empty houses. We'll start the bidding at 30,000 credits per week." 30,000 per week. Liang Jing gaped when she heard the price. When Stone Forest had still been in the bottomless abyss, they had leased the private houses for 40,000 to 50,000 credits per month, except for the first month's auctions. Even so, most players couldn't afford the rent. Yet now, Shifeng wanted to lease the houses for 30,000 credits per week. It was utterly insane. The bottomless abyss was the best grinding spot in God's domain at the moment. Outside of the regional dungeon, the property value in Stone Forest City would plummet. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, take care of the necessary preparations, Shifeng said, not bothering with the task. He sent Liang Jing away to take care of Stone Forest City's new leasing plan. He had already considered the consequences of relocating Stone Forest City out of the regional dungeon. The city did provide a considerable supply of top-tier, level 95 plus weapons and equipment, but that wasn't what Zero Wing needed most right now. The guild needed funds and strength. Rather than trying to squeeze the bottomless abyss for everything it had, Zero Wing would benefit more from focusing on level 100 neutral maps. Exploring these areas would be particularly profitable since the various superpowers were just beginning to encounter level 100 neutral maps. It was an opportunity for Zero Wing to make a killing, and there wouldn't be another in the future. Shortly after Liang Jing left, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System: Stone Forest City's transfer is complete. You may open Stone Forest City at any time. Chapter 2372. Territory strengthened, the transfers finally complete. Chapter 2372. Territory strengthened, the transfers finally complete. Shifeng stopped working when he heard the system notification. Hurriedly, he called up Stone Forest City's system interface to inspect the city's current status. In God's domain. Not only did a territory's lord have the authority to transfer a guild town or city to their land once, but their town or city would also gain a random bonus once the transfer completed. Of the potential bonuses, one was increased defensive capabilities, which would strengthen the town against monster assaults. Another potential bonus was increased size, allowing the town or city to accommodate more players. Shifeng knew it was possible for the system to increase the town or city's mana density as well. Based on what he knew of this bonus, the town or city's mana density would undergo a qualitative transformation. Naturally, this bonus was particularly valuable in level 100+ maps. These maps had harsh environments, and the mana density in the town or city would determine players' stamina and concentration recovery rates. In the past, any town or city that had received the mana density bonus had become instantly popular among players exploring level 100+ neutral maps. The powers that had owned these towns or cities had no lack of customers. After calling up Stone Forest City's system interface, Shifeng browsed through the lines of data until he found what he was looking for. Stone Forest City, current location, Cold Spring Canyon current rank, basic city bonus acquired. Magic Array enhancement, Magic Array enhancement. Shifeng's face lit with excitement when he saw the bonus Stone Forest City had acquired. Of the many bonuses a territorial town or city could acquire, the two best were mana density enhancement and Magic Array enhancement. Every player desired the former, of course. However, the powers that ruled these towns or cities hoped for the latter more than any other potential bonus. Not only would the Magic Array enhancement fortify the city's defensive Magic Array, allowing it to endure stronger attacks, but it would also reinforce the Magic Array's spatial isolation effect. Level 100+ neutral maps environments were particularly severe, plagued with a chaotic energy that invaded players' bodies and lowered their stamina and concentration recovery rates. When players returned to a town or city, they had to rest for quite a while to recover fully. However, a town with an enhanced Magic Array could lessen the effects of the chaotic energy, accelerating players' recovery. This greatly increased the amount of time they could spend grinding in the fields. Magic Array enhancement was just as effective as enhanced mana density. With this, I won't have to worry about the guild members' leveling speed in the Cold Spring Canyon. Shifeng felt as if he had just won the lottery. The 50,000 gold he had spent to relocate Stone Forest City could be considered the random bonuses fee. Had he been unlucky, Stone Forest City would have merely gained a popularity bonus, which was only slightly useful. However, since the city had gained the Magic Array enhancement bonus, even Tier 2 players could grind in the Cold Spring Canyon without any concerns. Moreover, with the leveling resources available in a level 100 neutral map, the guild members' leveling speed in the Cold Spring Canyon would likely rival their leveling speed in the Bottomless Abyss. In addition, they could grind for level 100 weapons and equipment much sooner than others, which would definitely increase Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. While Shifeng planned to send Zero Wing's core members to Stone Forest City as soon as possible, Liang Jing contacted him. Guild leader, the secret pavilion's people have arrived, and wish to speak with you. By the looks it, this seems urgent. Do you want to meet them now? The secret pavilion sure moves quickly, Shurfeng said, chuckling. Send them to me. The secret pavilion owned some of Stone Forest City's shares, and now that the city had vanished, it wasn't unusual for the pavilion to grow nervous. Not only had Stone Forest City become a valuable source of resources for the secret pavilion, but the various superpowers had been in the midst of exploring the bottomless abyss's third floor, shortly before the city disappeared. Moreover, everyone was concerned about the various otherworlds' invasion. After a short moment, Liang Jing led a middle-aged man and a young woman into Shurfeng's special forging room. They were none other than Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade. Both secret pavilion members had already reached level 100, and they both wore multiple pieces of epic equipment. Even the weakest piece between them was level 95 dark gold rank. Moreover, Purple Jade radiated an astonishing life aura. When it came to basic attributes, these two likely rivaled God's kin players. Regarding combat power, they could rival domain realm experts. Purple Jade might even be stronger than a domain realm expert. If Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade worked together, even the various superpowers would have to be cautious. However, they showed no sign of the arrogance experts of their caliber usually possessed as they entered the room. On the contrary, they looked upon Shurfeng with awe and admiration. They had already learned that Shurfeng had been promoted to Tier 3, and they knew his strength transcended that of Tier 2 players. Now, he was a powerhouse that even the various superpowers would have to be careful of. I assume you two are here to ask about Stone Forest City? Shurfeng said, getting straight to the point. That's right. That's exactly why we've come, Yuan Tiexin said, nodding as he gave Shurfeng a confused look. We're in the final stages of exploring the bottomless abyss. The third floor is a treasure trove of top-tier, level 95 weapons and equipment. Why has Zero Wing given up on the regional dungeon and relocated Stone Forest City? You know that the situation on the main continent has become more complicated. The various otherworld powers have begun to set their sights on various areas of the continent. A large-scale war will break out in the near future. Everyone has been frantically preparing for it. Meanwhile, due to Stone Forest City's sudden disappearance, some superpowers have begun to question the secret pavilion's abilities. Our guild leader is hoping that Zero Wing has an explanation for this. Of course, I do, Shurfeng said, chuckling. But before I tell you, I was wondering if the secret pavilion can help me with something. Yuan Tiexin was a little exasperated with Shurfeng's reply. They had come here to demand answers of the man, yet he asked them for help before he'd offer an explanation. May I know what you need help with, Guild Leader Black Flame? Yuan Tiexin asked after taking a deep breath. It's simple. I'd like to ask the secret pavilion to revoke Starlink's membership in the secret chamber of commerce, Shurfeng calmly stated. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Starlink constantly targeted Zero Wing, particularly on an economic front. However, since a powerful corporation backed Starlink, and the guild had access to the secret chamber of commerce's connections, his guild couldn't effectively retaliate. If Zero Wing could cut off one of Starlink's income sources, the enemy guild would be much easier to deal with economically. Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were stunned, staring at Shurfeng as if he were a fool. Setting aside Starlink's current position in the chamber, why would we do something so fruitless even if the secret pavilion had that power, Guild Leader Black Flame? You should know that every member is an important resource for the chamber. We cannot remove Starlink over one city. Yuan Tiexin answered seriously. As far as Yuan Tiexin was concerned, Shurfeng must have lost his mind. Stone Forest City was an excellent asset, but even if it were still located in the bottomless abyss, it wasn't so valuable that the secret pavilion would revoke Starlink's membership for it. Even if Zero Wing offered all of the city's shares, the secret pavilion would refuse. What if Stone Forest City were located in a level 100 neutral map? Shifeng asked, smiling. Chapter 2373, New Stone Forest City. Chapter 2373, New Stone Forest City. When Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade heard Shifeng, they froze. His statement felt like a curse to both of them. Is this true, Guild Leader Black Flame? Snapping out of his daze, Yuan Tiexin couldn't hide his excitement as he gazed at Shifeng. Even his breathing had become a little rushed. He showed none of the composure someone of his status should possess. The various superpowers were doing all they could to explore level 100 neutral maps. These areas would help prepare their players for their Tier 3 promotion quests, which made them desperate. However, these maps' environments were incredibly harsh, and the effects these environments had on players couldn't be mitigated with simple potions. Most importantly, the monsters in level 100 neutral maps were far too dangerous. These problems were giving the various superpowers huge headaches and preventing them from making any considerable progress. Although the various superpowers had considered transferring their guild towns to a level 100 neutral map, doing so required a town transfer token that was specific to level 100 neutral maps. Based on the superpowers reports, obtaining such a token was impossible at the moment. Only super large-scale team dungeons in level 100+ neutral maps dropped the item. Exploring level 100 neutral maps was currently a huge problem. Raiding a large-scale team dungeon in these maps was nothing but a dream at this stage of the game. And yet, Shifeng had just told him that he had relocated Stone Forest City to a level 100 neutral map. Why wouldn't Yuan Tiexin be astonished? If what Shifeng said were true, the secret pavilion would have a much greater advantage when it came to developing level 100+ players. Of course, Shifeng said, smiling. Is the secret pavilion interested in my condition now? This Yuan Tiexin hesitated, but after a moment, he shook his head. Guild Leader Black Flame, you know how important that matter is. If we revoke Starlink's membership, we'll essentially be cutting off all relations with the guild. Meanwhile, Starlink had increased the scale of its operations. In fact, it now had influence across both main continents. Many superpowers are fighting to ally with the guild. Even if you offer more of Stone Forest City's shares, I doubt our guild leader will agree to the condition. Please reconsider, Guild Leader Black Flame. Demoting Starlink from an advanced member to a normal member and revoking Starlink's membership were two very different things. Starlink's demotion had only reduced the amount of resources and connections the pavilion received from the guild, but if the secret pavilion revoked Starlink's membership, it would lose all access to those resources and connections. Zero Wing had absolute authority over Stone Forest City and could refuse to open the city to the public, which would prevent the city from earning income, and the secret pavilion would lose access to the city's benefits. Unfortunately, the secret pavilion found those losses more acceptable than losing access to the resources and connections Starlink could provide. In the long run, Starlink's resources and connections would benefit the secret pavilion far more than some convenience when exploring a level 100 neutral map. That's a pity. Yuan Tiexin's answer didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. He then calmly asked, I intend to make a trip to Stone Forest City. Would you like to accompany me, Elder Yuan? We'd love to, Yuan Tiexin said, nodding enthusiastically. Since Yuan Tiexin accepted his offer, Shifeng gave his two guests temporary access to teleport to Stone Forest City. Meanwhile, Purple Jade started a private conversation with her companion. Uncle Yuan, are we really going to the city? She asked. She could tell what Shifeng was trying to do right now. He likely wanted to show off the city before they'd officially make a decision, but in her opinion, the act was futile. The benefits a guild city could provide and those from an alliance with a superpower were on entirely different levels. There was no need to consider Shi Feng's request. "Of course, we're going," Yuan Tiexin said, smiling. "Black Flame may be immature, but he has relocated Stone Forest City to a level 100 neutral map. It is best if we go and inspect the situation for ourselves. As long as we stand firm, he'll understand that his condition is impossible." Purple Jade understood Yuan Tiexian's reasoning, but she couldn't help but pity Shi Feng. Shi Feng must believe that Yuan Tiexian would have a change of heart once they arrived in Stone Forest City, but he didn't realize that the older man was using his own trick against him, allowing Shi Feng time to realize how useless the struggle was. While Yuan Tiexian and Purple Jade privately conversed, Shi Feng finished granting them temporary teleportation rights. "All right, it's done. Let's head over," Shi Feng said as he retrieved a guild transfer scroll for the city and activated it. Seeing this, Yuan Tiexian and Purple Jade did the same for the secret pavilion's temporary residence in Stone Forest City. After a moment, the three players transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the special forging room. Cold Spring Canyon, Stone Forest City. 2 flashes of light appeared above the teleportation array in the secret pavilion's temporary residence as Yuan Tiexian and Purple Jade arrived, the moment their bodies manifested. However, Yuan Tiexian and Purple Jade were stunned. "How is this possible?" Yuan Tiexian nearly gasped. The mana in Stone Forest City wasn't as dense as it had been, but the instant they had arrived, Yuan Tiexian felt far more relaxed. Moreover, his 5 senses had become sharper. He had been exploring a level 100 neutral map with Purple Jade for quite some time, and the environment's chaotic energy had made them both feel exhausted, which had a considerable effect on their combat power. Even when they had plenty of stamina and concentration remaining, they had been forced to return to a city to recover from the exhaustion. However, even when they had fully recovered their stamina and concentration, the chaotic energy hadn't faded from their bodies completely. And yet, as he stood in Stone Forest City, Yuan Tiexian rapidly recovered from that exhaustion. At this rate, he'd be free from the chaotic energy within a few hours. "Uncle Yuan, my recovery rate is at least twice as fast as before. If we could rest here, we'd be at least 30% more efficient when exploring a level 100 neutral map," Purple Jade exclaimed, unable to hide her shock. The chaotic energy within level 100 neutral maps was the biggest issue the various superpowers, including the secret pavilion, faced when exploring these areas. This chaotic energy forced players to rest in cities for long periods. However, if they could rest in Stone Forest City, they could explore 30% more of a level 100 neutral map in the same amount of time. In addition, Stone Forest City was now located within a level 100 neutral map, which would save them plenty of travel time. Overall, if the secret pavilion's members could set up a base in Stone Forest City, they could spend at least twice as much time exploring level 100 neutral maps as other players. With this much additional time, the secret pavilion's members would have a massive lead over the various superpowers members. After taking a moment to inspect the city's unique environment, Yuan Tiexian and Purple Jade headed toward the Stone Forest City's central plaza. The city was mostly the same as they remembered. The only difference was the neutral race NPCs that filled the city streets. Many of these NPCs had set up stalls and hawked their wares. When Yuan Tiexian took a peek at a stall's goods, he felt a little faint for a moment. These neutral NPCs were actually selling level 100 weapons and equipment, and of considerably high quality. He had even spotted level 100 secret silver weapons for sale. Of course, these items weren't cheap, and some cost special materials. Fortunately, a driven Tier 2 expert could gather the necessary funds and materials for the items. Level 100 weapons and equipment Players that hadn't yet begun to explore level 100 neutral maps might not find anything special about these items, but it was a different story for players like Yuan Tiexin, who constantly grinded in level 100 neutral maps nowadays. When exploring level 100 neutral maps, acquiring a single piece of level 100 bronze equipment was already a challenge, not to mention obtaining level 100 secret silver weapons and equipment. And yet, the NPCs in Stone Forest City were publicly selling such items. What should we do now, Uncle Yuan? We've already rejected Black Flame's offer, Purple Jade asked nervously. She was also surprised to see the weapons and equipment for sale in the various NPC stalls. She had never expected Stone Forest City to become this amazing. If the secret pavilion's members could operate out of Stone Forest City, they'd complete their Tier 3 promotion quests far faster than the various superpowers. Don't worry. Since Black Flame has brought us here, he will ask if we wish to continue our partnership. We can renegotiate with him, then Yuan Tiexin said. He hadn't expected Stone Forest City to offer so many benefits either. Very calmly, he continued, let's buy some of the weapons and equipment for now. While Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade systematically cleaned out the stalls in the central plaza, Shi Feng finished organizing his night division. He then left to check on his guests and told Yuan Tiexin, I've finished my business in the city and have other matters I need to attend to, so I'll part with you two here. Since he had settled his affairs in Stone Forest City, he'd have to begin transferring Zero Wings experts to the city. Once they had settled and could get to work, Zero Wings development would reach new heights. Shi Feng then pulled a return scroll for White River City from his bag and began to activate it. Yuan Tiexin was stunned. He hadn't thought that Shi Feng would be so indifferent, not even bothering to ask how they felt about the city. He certainly hadn't expected Shi Feng to act as he did. Please wait, Guild Leader Black Flame. Yuan Tiexin shouted as Shi Feng unfurled his return scroll. Is there something else you need, Elder Yuan? Shi Feng asked, giving the older man a strange look. It's about the condition you mentioned earlier, Yuan Tiexin said, exasperated. We'd like to renegotiate. If Zero Wing can offer more of Stone Forest City's shares, we might be able to agree to the condition. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Zero Wing will not hand over any more of Stone Forest City's shares. If the secret pavilion must still reject my condition, I'll have to accept the unfortunate answer, Shi Feng said, instantly rejecting Yuan Tiexin's offer. With the enhanced magic array in Stone Forest City, Zero Wing's development speed would skyrocket. Even if Zero Wing couldn't cut off one of Starlink's main sources of income, it wouldn't be long before his guild could strike back at Starlink. Hence, he had no reason to give away more of Stone Forest City's profits. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. All right, you win. The secret pavilion will revoke Starlink's membership, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing. Shi Feng's immediate rejection made it clear that the secret pavilion wouldn't gain any more from the transaction. He continued, however, our guild leader asks that you can open the city to the secret pavilion's members within 2 days. That won't be a problem. Shi Feng nodded. Stone Forest City was a basic city and required a lot of players to fortify it. In the bottomless abyss, Shi Feng had been able to rely on NPC soldiers, but now he could only rely on players and his night division. However, his knights would guard his entire territory, not just Stone Forest City. And unfortunately, if he relied solely on Zero Wings experts to defend the city wouldn't be able to operate at full capacity. Hence, the secret pavilion's experts were essential. Shortly after Shi Feng and the secret pavilion agreed on their deal's terms, the shocking information spread throughout the secret chamber of commerce. The secret chamber of commerce had officially revoked Starlink's membership. Chapter 2374, God's Domain Shocked. Chapter 2374. God's domain shocked as news of Starlink's revoked membership spread. A commotion erupted among God's domain's various superpowers. What's going on? Starlink got kicked out of secret? Is the secret pavilion crazy? Maybe they sent the revocation letter to the wrong guild? That's Starlink we're talking about. Not only has it recently annexed a bunch of top adventurer teams and workshops, but it's also recruited many retired peak experts. It's the strongest among the up-and-coming superpowers, and Starlink had influence on both main continents. Why would the secret pavilion even think of revoking Starlink's membership? The various superpowers fell into heated discussions about the secret chamber of commerce's sudden internal announcement. They all felt as if the secret pavilion were playing some kind of prank. Many of God's domain's chambers of commerce were trying to recruit Starlink to obtain the resources and connections it had to offer. By revoking Starlink's membership, not only would Secret grow weaker, but it would also strengthen its competitors. This would only harm both the Secret Chamber of Commerce and the Secret Pavilion. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. The Dark Knight Empire's various powers were in an uproar over Starlink's revoked membership, particularly Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul. Starlink's departure from the Secret Chamber of Commerce was a huge loss for both Starlink and the Secret Pavilion, but particularly for Starlink. The Secret Pavilion's influence spanned across the main continent, and few could rival its sales connections and resources. Otherwise, the Secret Pavilion wouldn't have been a publicly acknowledged transcendental power in God's domain. Without the Secret Pavilion's support, Starlink's development speed would slow considerably. It wouldn't be surprising if this incident reduced Starlink's income by over 30%. This was a huge blow to Starlink. Hart, do you know what exactly happened between the Secret Pavilion and Starlink? Illusory words, one of Crimson Emperor's vice guild leaders, asked as she privately contacted Unyielding Hart. No one in my guild has a clue. What about your side? Unyielding Hart said, shaking his head. The situation made him restless and curious. The Starline Corporation supported Starlink, and the guild had partnered with quite a few superpowers. Most importantly, Starlink was developing on both the eastern and western continents, which gave the guild unimaginable status and influence in the Dark Knight Empire. And yet, the Secret Pavilion had removed Starlink from the Secret Chamber of Commerce. It was unbelievable. The fact that the Secret Pavilion had done this meant that something must have happened between it and Starlink, but Unyielding Soul hadn't been able to learn any details about the situation. We don't know anything either. Not even our spies in Starlink have a clue, illusory words said, frowning. The Secret Pavilion has always maintained a neutral stance regarding the Secret Chamber of Commerce. I have never heard of Starlink provoking the Secret Pavilion either, yet it abruptly revoked Starlink's membership. It's possible that Starlink has provoked some transcendental existence, and the Secret Pavilion was forced to make this move. If we don't get to the bottom of this, the Dark Knight Empire will become a very dangerous place to develop. The various otherworld powers had been rapidly spreading across the continent, and it was only a matter of time before a massive war erupted between the main continent's powers and those from the various otherworlds. The main continent's resources were limited, after all, and some people were destined to be eliminated. Seeing a superpower like Starlink in such a situation, if Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's lesser superpowers were not careful, their names could be permanently removed from God's domain. I know. That's why I've already tasked people to poke around in the Secret Pavilion. It shouldn't be long before we have an answer, Unyielding Heart said, nodding. He, too, understood how severe the matter was. Since some mysterious power, which was strong enough to force the Secret Pavilion to abandon Starlink, had arrived, ordinary superpowers like them wouldn't have a place in the Dark Knight Empire if they weren't careful and accidentally provoked this mysterious newcomer. unyielding heart wasn't overly surprised that a new, mysterious power had arrived. The planar passages were open now, and although he didn't understand much about God's domain's multiple other worlds, those he was familiar with were strong enough to make him shudder. It wasn't entirely impossible that some other worlds had a secret power he didn't know about. While Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul fervently investigated the matter, other empires and kingdoms' superpowers did the same. This incident had sparked a passionate discussion in the Fire Dragon Empire, one of the continent's 4 great empires. The empire's various superpowers thought it best to take greater precautions during their important operations. The superpowers that had planned to declare a guild war, in particular, put their plans on hold, afraid of unexpected complications. Who actually has the strength to force the secret pavilion to abandon Starlink? Long Xianglong stared at the report in his hands in astonishment. Even on the Western continent, Starlink was famous because of the guild's powerful background. Even the Azure Gamber of Commerce H&D to show the superpower some respect. And yet, without warning, the secret pavilion had abandoned Starlink. Even Long Xianglong found the situation a little unsettling. Should we warn Second Sis about this? Third Uncle? Burning Owl asked with a serious expression. If a power could force the secret pavilion to revoke Starlink's membership, it was an even greater threat to the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Yes, notify her, Long Xianglong said, after giving the matter some thought. The situation on the Eastern continent is more complex than we assumed. For the foreseeable future, you and your team should continue to grind in the level 100 neutral maps here. If anything happens to Wonder, I want you to lend her a hand so her development doesn't stagnate. Don't bother to help Zero Wing, however. Since that kid dared to make such a boastful declaration before me, I want to see his guild struggle on the Eastern continent. Not only had the planar passages fully opened, but some mysterious power with such strength had also arrived on the Eastern continent. In Long Xianglong's opinion, as long as Burning Owl didn't secretly help it, a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing would soon fall. Burning Owl had no choice but to nod in agreement, although he couldn't help but pity Zero Wing. Zero Wing had gone to great lengths to help Silent Wonder win Azure's internal competition, yet in the end, it failed to gain any benefits from Azure. Now, a major threat shook the Eastern continent. If Zero Wing weren't careful, it would be removed from God's domain. Elsewhere, Shifeng had returned to White River City's candlelight trading firm. To prepare for Stone Forest City's grand opening, he wanted to produce as many Crimson Sunsets as possible to ensure that the guild's core members could roam the Cold Spring Canyon without issues. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything, even with Stone Forest City's support. Zero Wing wasn't like the various superpowers. It didn't have a lot of experts that could fight level 100+ monsters. If Zero Wing wanted to develop quickly by relying on the Cold Spring Canyon, it would need to nurture a group of experts that could survive in the area. Without enough strength, Zero Wing could only helplessly stare at the canyon's abundant resources. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, just as Shifeng was about to enter a basic meditation room and resume the Crimson Sunsets production, Silent Wonder contacted him. Guild leader, something major has happened. Silent Wonder anxiously announced. The Secret Chamber of Commerce has revoked Starlink's membership. MHM, I know, Shifeng said, nodding. Already guild leader? Shifeng's reply surprised her. Thus far, only the various superpowers, who all had powerful information networks, had found out about the situation. As soon as her younger brother had informed her, she had called to notify Shifeng. Of course, I know. I'm the one who caused it, Shifeng calmly stated as he refined the magic crystal in his hand. Chapter 2375, New Stone Forest City opens. Chapter 2375, New Stone Forest City opens. You're the one who caused this." Silent Wonder was stunned. For a moment, she even assumed Sherphone was joking. Starlink's removal from the secret chamber of commerce had already caused a commotion among God's domain's various superpowers. It made them all insecure, and they used everything at their disposal to look into the matter. They all wanted to know what kind of power could force the secret pavilion to make such a decision. And yet, Sherphone had just told her that he was responsible. How could she bring herself to believe him? "That's right," Sherphone said, chuckling at Silent Wonder's incredulous look. Starlink was the reason that Zero Wing had been kicked out of the secret chamber of commerce a while ago. "I'm only returning the favor." "Returning the favor? How are you still in the mood to joke around at a time like this, guild leader?" Silent Wonder asked, exasperated. "Starlink is going crazy over this right now. If it finds out that Zero Wing is responsible, things will become very few powers could rival the secret chamber of commerce's expansive connections in God's domain. These connections might be of limited use to a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing, but for Starlink, it was a different story. Losing Secret's resources and connections would be a huge blow to Starlink's operations. The coins and resources were the foundation of a guild's development, and without enough of both, it'd be surprising if Starlink didn't regress, let alone continue to dominate as a superpower. This incident would likely force Starlink to delay or cancel most of its plans. It would suffer unimaginable losses. If Starlink found out that Zero Wing was responsible for its removal from Secret, it would do everything in its power to annihilate the smaller guild. It wouldn't hold back, as it had thus far. This time, Zero Wing had damaged Starlink's foundation, and practically every superpower in God's domain had heard about the incident. Starlink would become a laughingstock if it didn't retaliate. However, Starlink wasn't the same guild it had been in the past. Based on what Silent Wonder had learned from the Azure Chamber of Commerce, not only had Starlink grown stronger after the planar passage's opening, but it had also formed close alliances with a few otherworld superpowers. Recently, Starlink's shadow had stretched across adventurer alliances that had been rapidly developing in the main continent's various kingdoms and empires. Now, even the Fire Dragon Empire's super guilds were wary of Starlink. These up-and-coming adventurer alliances were impressively powerful. They might not look like it during peaceful times, but if they decided to move against a particular power, they could easily deal a devastating blow. God's domain's various large guilds had a lot of members, but most of the materials these guilds needed for their normal operations came from independent players, which were the majority of God's domain's player base. As long as Starlink paid the adventurer alliances, it secretly supported a small price. It could sever any power's source of resources. While Silent Wonder tried to figure out how she could keep this horrific information secret, the various superpowers received reports from their spies in the secret pavilion. Zero Wing was responsible for Starlink's removal. The moment the various superpowers' upper echelons received these reports, they gasped in shock. How is this possible? The secret pavilion abandoned Starlink for Zero Wing. Have its upper echelons gone mad? The various superpowers could not believe their eyes as they read their subordinates' reports, yet with the facts before them, they had to believe it. Amazing! Truly amazing. Zero Wing actually pulled such a feat off. Unyielding Heart was both overjoyed and stupefied when he heard the news. Neither Unyielding Soul nor Crimson Heart had been able to move against Starlink, yet a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing had dealt an unprecedented blow. It was unbelievable. The secret chamber of commerce had been as precious as an arm to Starlink, and now that it had lost Secret's connections and resources, it had lost that arm. Even if Starlink retained its strength, its development speed would slow significantly. Zero Wing is actually this powerful. Illusory words read her subordinate's report in confusion. Although Zero Wing's performance in the Dark Knight Empire had been extraordinary, The guild shouldn't be capable of threatening Starlink's foundation, in her opinion. Starlink was supported by the Starline Corporation, after all, and yet Zero Wing had just severed one of Starlink's main income sources. She doubted that even Starlink's upper echelons had ever imagined that events would unfold like this. It's no wonder why that kid so boldly rejected me. So, his guild has the secret pavilion's support. Long Xianglong was greatly surprised when he discovered the perpetrator for Starlink's removal from the secret Chamber of Commerce. However, his surprise quickly turned into disdain as he sneered and hissed, "It's a pity the guild's efforts are a waste. Starlink cannot be stopped by a single Tier 3 player. The secret pavilion will pay for its foolishness as well." Long Xianglong knew a little regarding the conflict between Zero Wing and Starlink. Although losing the secret Chamber of Commerce's connections and resources was a major loss to Starlink, the setback wouldn't cause the organization's fall. Long Xianglong, who spent his time on the Western continent, knew this. Starlink had already sent the majority of its manpower and resources to the Western continent to establish a foothold, and as a result, it had lacked those assets on the Eastern continent. Now that Starlink's position in the West was secure, Zero Wing's recent actions were tantamount to suicide. As for the secret pavilion, Long Xianglong found its decision to abandon a superpower like Starlink to be utterly foolish. Third uncle, since Zero Wing is responsible for such a major incident, Second Sis will definitely run into trouble. Should I head over there now? Burning Owl asked. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He only had a moderate impression of Zero Wing, and he agreed with Long Xianglong about Silent Wonder returning to the Azure Chamber of Commerce. She'd have more space to develop in Azure, and if she remained in Zero Wing, she'd never reach her true potential. I doubt Zero Wing will last much longer. Head over there with your team, Long Xianglong said, nodding, sending Burning Owl to Star Moon Kingdom. Long Xianglong wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The various superpowers' upper echelons shared the sentiment. As long as Starlink posted a bounty on Zero Wing, the independent players from the adventurer alliances it supported would move against the smaller guild. Not only would this restrict Zero Wing's resource income, but the guild's members would also have a tough time grinding in the fields. If this continued long-term, Zero Wing's members would become frustrated and begin to withdraw from the guild. As a result, Zero Wing would grow weaker as time passed, while all Starlink needed to do was spend some coins and resources. While Starlink set up its bounty, a commotion occurred within Zero Wing. Stone Forest City had finally opened to Zero Wing's members. Chapter 2376, Leveling Heaven's Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. Chapter 2376, Leveling Heaven's Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. Several dozen lights flashed in the teleportation hall as Burning Owl and his team arrived in White River City. So, this is Zero Wing's territory. Burning Owl muttered, surprised as he observed his surroundings. Usually, one could determine how prosperous an NPC city was based on how much activity there was in its teleportation hall. The average level of the players in the hall was also a testament to the region's average standards. White River City's teleportation hall was extraordinarily lively. Although the city couldn't yet rival imperial capitals, it could easily compete with Empire's top-ranked cities. God's Domain's empires were incredibly large, with easily several times the player population found in the largest kingdoms. Thus, even Empire's top-ranked cities were more prosperous than Kingdom's capital cities. As far as Burning Owl knew, very few kingdoms had cities like White River City. He was also surprised by these players' average level. Most of the players in the teleportation hall had already reached level 96, with many experts at level 98. White River City's players could even rival those in imperial capitals in terms of levels. While Burning Owl assessed the situation in the teleportation hall, several more lights flashed behind him. As these players arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. They were rather hard not to notice. The moment this group appeared, everyone in the teleportation hall was overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Players' instincts urged them to flee as the newcomers' auras washed over them. What? Starlink actually dispatched its newly formed Hellfire Legion. Burning Owl frowned when he saw them. After the planar passages had opened, Starlink had allied with the superpower that ruled over the demonic Hell World, one of the 6 large-scale otherworlds that were connected to the Eastern continent. Like Dark Players' favored areas, the demonic Hell World focused on slaughter, and many of its players possessed a powerful legacy, L. Individually, these players were even stronger than those from the Sea God's realm. Relying on the demonic Hell World's special legacy, Starlink had formed the Hellfire Legion, which was now the strongest legion under the Guild's command. The weakest of the Legion's members was a refinement realm expert, and with their special legacy, even peak experts would find these players incredibly difficult to kill. With the individual members so powerful, it was easy to imagine how horrific all 1,000 Hellfire Legion members would be when they worked together. Because of this, the various superpowers were even more afraid of Starlink. Now, Starlink had dispatched 300 Hellfire Legion members to White River City. If they had to fight those players, even Burning Owl's Heaven Piercer team would be annihilated. Vice Guild Leader Elder Long has contacted me to inform us to avoid conflict with Starlink as much as possible, a level 100 black-clad assassin quietly reported. Aside from sending in the Hellfire Legion, Starlink has posted a bounty on Zero Wing through the Adventurer Alliances it supports. Starlink is offering 100 CPs for Zero Wing's elite members and 1,000 CPs for core members. The Guild is even offering half of the posted bounty to players who can prove they've assisted with the kills. Moreover, Starlink has declared that this bounty will remain in effect until Zero Wing has been removed from God's domain. What a high price! Even I find it tempting. It seems that Starlink truly intends to go all out. The bounty astonished Burning Owl. He hadn't expected Starlink to be so vicious. Many independent players had joined the Adventurer Alliances Starlink had established with the various otherworld powers, and among them, many were powerful experts that could even rival Superpower's peak experts. The Adventurer Alliance's contribution points were quite valuable. Players could use them to purchase combat techniques, weapons, equipment, rare materials, and even legacies. Members could even spend the points to hire a team of experts to assist with quests and dungeons. But those uses paled in comparison to their true value. Once members had accumulated enough CPs, they'd earn a promotion within the Alliance, rising from bronze to silver or silver to gold rank. As one rose through the ranks, not only would they receive a discount on any CP purchases, but at gold rank, they'd also earn a fixed credit salary each month. To top it all off, there were almost no restrictions on these benefits. The policy had lured many independent peak experts and top adventurer teams to join these adventurer alliances. A CP in Starlink's adventurer alliances was worth 3 silver, but players couldn't exchange CPs for coins. Hence, the CP reward for Starlink's bounty on Zero Wing was powerfully attractive to the Adventurer Alliance's members. It was even enough to motivate peak experts. Even a superpower would suffer against this strategy, not to mention Zero Wing. Not even God's domain's various superpowers had thought Starlink would go such great lengths to destroy Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Xuan Wuchisa, who was raiding a level 95 super large-scale team dungeon in the Or Empire, heard of Starlink's bounty, it surprised her a little. Vice Guild Leader, I doubt Zero Wing will last much longer now that Starlink is relying on its full strength. Should we take advantage of this opportunity? The elementalist Jing Yang suggested. That won't be necessary. All we need to do right now is capture the Or capital city as soon as possible. Everything else is secondary, Xuan Wuchisa said, shaking her head. However, after giving the matter some thought, She smiled faintly and said, "That being said, send someone to keep an eye on Zero Wing. The guild has grown strong enough that its members should force Starlink to reveal its current strength." "Understood," Jingyong replied. Although he was a little disappointed that he wouldn't have a hand in Zero Wing's downfall, he didn't dare disobey Xuanwuchisa. He immediately notified some of his subordinates to watch Zero Wing. In Zero Wing's White River City residence, tension had risen among the guild's members due to the news of Starlink's bounty. Everyone was worried about the situation. They wouldn't only have to face Starlink's experts this time. Independent experts from multiple kingdoms and empires were joining this fight. If they were not careful in the fields, they could easily be surrounded and slain. Zero Wing was exceptionally strong and had absolute control over a few maps, but as they reached higher levels, they'd have to explore areas outside of the guild's influence. Leveling up would almost certainly become far more difficult. While some guild members considered continuing their development in a new guild, others noticed that the guild residence had a new teleportation point. "Quick, look, we can teleport to Stone Forest City again." "Crap, there's a level 98 requirement, and the guild transfer scrolls cost 500 GCPs each." "Wait, something's not right. Stone Forest City has been moved to the Cold Spring Forest. Cold Spring Forest's a level 100 neutral map." "What? Stone Forest City is located in a level 100 neutral map now." When they saw the residence's new teleportation point, everyone was dumbfounded. They had never thought the guild would transfer Stone Forest City to a level 100 neutral map. Even the various superpowers only dreamed of accomplishing such a feat. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Some of the level 98 guild members gritted their teeth as they purchased a guild transfer scroll for Stone Forest City. Curious, they activated the scrolls the moment they received them. As soon as these level 98 members arrived in the city's residence, they were stunned by what Stone Forest City had to offer. Not only were their 5 senses sharper within the city, but they also spotted plenty of neutral NPCs selling level 100 weapons and equipment. Most importantly, they sensed the chaotic energy that corroded their bodies, dissipating twice as fast as normal. With Stone Forest City's unique environment, it was a leveling haven. Shortly after Zero Wing's members arrived in Stone Forest City, they spread the news throughout the guild, causing an uproar. Naturally, the spies within Zero Wing reported to their respective superiors immediately. Chapter 2377, Enviable Stone Forest City. Chapter 2377, Enviable Stone Forest City. When they received the reports about Stone Forest City's new location, the various superpowers nearly went mad. "Impossible. I thought we needed to raid team dungeons in level 100 neutral maps before we could obtain a town transfer token for those maps." Damn it, Zero Wing was actually able to do it. "I want this investigated. We need to find out how Zero Wing accomplished this feat." When the various superpowers discovered Stone Forest Town's new location, the joy they had felt over Zero Wing's misfortune vanished instantly. Now, only envy and admiration remained. The various superpowers were desperate for means to accelerate their exploration in level 100 neutral maps. Unfortunately, they had found nothing, and their teams were helpless against these maps, environments, and monsters, yet the areas were the future of God's domain. Players could earn significantly more EXP from the monsters in those maps than monsters in lower-level maps. In addition, level 100 maps were the only sources of level 100 weapons and equipment at this point. The various superpowers could only afford to send a large number of players to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests once they had a sufficient amount of level 100 weapons and equipment. Moreover, fighting the monsters in level 100 neutral maps would be very helpful to players trying to improve their combat standards. Lower-level monsters were almost entirely different creatures. After all, Now that Stone Forest City was located in a level 100 neutral map, Zero Wing had an unimaginably massive advantage. Meanwhile, in the Dark Knight Empire's Dark Knight City, it's no wonder why Zero Wing dared to sever one of Starlink's main income sources. So, the guild still had such a card to play. Illusory words muttered, shock and envy flashing in her eyes. A guild city in a level 100 neutral map would do more than increase the guild members' leveling speed. It could also become a new source of resources for the guild. Level 100 neutral maps had more abundant resources than level 90 plus maps, and these resources catered to level 100 players. The advantage these resources would provide was imposingly large. With Stone Forest City's new location, Starlink would likely be rendered powerless against Zero Wing. The two guilds were no longer playing on the same field. Even if Starlink could target Zero Wing via its various adventurer alliances, the tactic would only be effective against Zero Wing's lower-level members. Any level 98 plus members could easily avoid Starlink's bounty hunters by relying on Stone Forest City's level 100 neutral map. Moreover, they'd gain far more than they would from grinding in level 90 plus maps. At this stage of the game, even mainstream players had reached level 95. Needless to say, Zero Wing's members, who were known for their high quality, would have reached higher levels. And the idea of Starlink targeting Zero Wing in a level 100 neutral map was a joke. If Starlink attacked Zero Wing in the Cold Spring Forest, Zero Wing could rely on its city's inherent advantages to beat its enemy to a pulp. Trying to sever Zero Wing from its resource sources was even more laughable. The various powers shops might still need lower-level resources, but they needed level 100-plus resources far more. If Zero Wing were willing to trade these resources for lower-level items, no power would refuse it. Furthermore, Zero Wing still had the secret pavilion's support. Stone Forest City will be very helpful to players when they challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests. Vice Guild Leader. If we can secure a temporary residence in the city, we'll have an edge over other superpowers when it comes to nurturing Tier 3 players. The level 100 berserker beside illusory words realized, glowing with excitement. Players had to conduct their Tier 3 promotion quests in level 100 neutral maps, yet these areas were far too dangerous. Finding the lost Tier 3 legacies was also quite time-consuming. However, if players had a city like Stone Forest City, they'd be able to complete their promotion quests in far less time. I know, Unyielding Soul has certainly secured a huge advantage. When illusory words thought about Unyielding Soul, which had allied with Zero Wing a long time ago, she could not help but envy the guild. Make the necessary arrangements. We're going to negotiate with Zero Wing. I'll get it done immediately, the level 100 berserker answered. Aside from Crimson Emperor, a few superpowers had considered obtaining a temporary residence in Stone Forest City. Like Crimson Emperor, these superpowers promptly sent representatives to White River City. Nothing was more important to them than helping their players complete their Tier 3 promotion quests right now. Meanwhile, in an Adventurer Alliance's residence in the Fire Dragon Empire, nothing can stop Zero Wing now, Big Sis Jade. Zero Wing actually has a city in a level 100 neutral map. Not even Azure's Demonstone Town can hold a candle to Stone Forest City, the blue-clad assassin youth beside Jade Bamboo exclaimed. So, he was telling the truth. Realization dawned on Jade Bamboo when she read the latest report regarding Stone Forest City. When Shurfeng had declared that Zero Wing could nurture Silent Wonder just as well as the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and without Azure's resources, Jade Bamboo had found the notion laughable. And yet times had changed. With Stone Forest City's new location, Zero Wing would have no trouble acquiring the necessary resources to continue its rapid development. Not even the Otherworld's various powers could affect Zero Wing's progression. Meanwhile, in one of White River City's restaurants, How is this possible? Burning Owl felt as if he were dreaming as he read his subordinate's report. Zero Wing had successfully transferred Stoneforest City to a level 100 neutral map, which was something the various superpowers could only dream of accomplishing. Shortly after the various powers had learned about Stoneforest City's relocation, news had spread among the game's independent players, particularly those in White River City. Stoneforest City is amazing. If I could travel to the city, I'd reach level 100 in no time. That's not the only benefit you could get by operating out of Stoneforest City. One of my close friends is a core member in Zero Wing, and he told me that the city even enhances players' senses. If you train in the city's battle arena, your progress will be miraculous. This won't do. I'm going to take the test to join Zero Wing. The latest news about Stoneforest City inspired many independent experts to join Zero Wing. Aside from the help the city could provide as players challenged their Tier 3 promotion quests, the fact that the city could help players gain more progress when training made it impossible to reject. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU for a time, the independent experts that had hesitated about joining Zero Wing due to the recent incident with Starlink fervently applied to the guild. Some of the independent experts from Starlink's adventurer alliances even decided to switch sides, applying to become a Zero Wing member rather than target the guild. Because of Stoneforest City, many independent experts are now applying to join Zero Wing guild leader. Based on the latest statistics, we've received over 10,000 new applications. Some of them are even from Starlink's adventurer alliances, Liang Jing excitedly reported. I doubt even Starlink expected that the experts it sent to attack us would end up joining our guild. Zero Wing had constantly been trying to recruit new members and expand its operations, yet its efforts had yielded limited results. However, due to Stoneforest City's new location, a flood of experts had shown up to join the guild. This would undoubtedly make it easier for Zero Wing to manage its territories. Moreover, since a large number of experts from Starlink's adventurer alliances had turned traitor, the pressure on Zero Wing's members in Starmoon Kingdom had lessened considerably. It's too early to celebrate, Shifeng said, chuckling. Since Lu Xinglue wants to play, we'll have to humor him. Spread the news that Zero Wing intends to establish a Starmoon Adventurer Alliance in the kingdom. Any alliance member that reaches the silver rank will have access to Stoneforest City, while gold members will qualify to purchase a private house in the city. Chapter 2378, Popular Starmoon Adventurer Alliance Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Chapter 2378, Popular Starmoon Adventurer Alliance Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Flashing lights filled White River City's teleportation hall as group after group of players arrived. If one carefully watched these players, they'd notice that many of them wore cloaks embossed with symbols from various adventurer teams. Most were top adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires. There were even some from other worlds. This is insane. Even Origin Curse, the Dark Knight Empire's third-ranked adventurer team, is making a move. I've heard that Starlink is going all out to eliminate Zero Wing this time. The organization is even offering certain benefits in addition to the current bounty. Depending on how much players accomplish, they can even earn special legacies. Zero Wing's in trouble now. Most experts might have a problem with the environment and monsters in a level 100 neutral map, but peak experts and top adventurer teams shouldn't. I know, right? Getting to the Cold Spring Forest might be easier for Zero Wing's members, but once they're there, Zero Wing's ordinary experts will fall. Besides, exploring a level 100 neutral map is still a problem. Even if Zero Wing sends reinforcements from Stoneforest City, they'll likely suffer significant losses. As bystanders in the teleportation hall watched the various top adventurer teams and peak experts arrive, they were shocked, but they also began to place bets on which would survive to the end, Zero Wing or Starlink. Starlink really knows how to splurge, sending so many peak adventurer teams here. Surefong, who was still working in the candlelight trading firm, was similarly surprised when he heard the news. Hiring a top adventurer team to attack a guild in a level 100 neutral map was incredibly expensive, yet Starlink had dispatched so many of them. It had likely paid a high enough price that even super guilds would wince. Guild leader, I just received news that Starlink's Hellfire Legion members are starting to move toward the Cold Spring Forest. By the looks of it, they intend to attack our teams grinding in the area. Silent Wonder, who was grinding for EXP, worriedly reported, "Why don't I negotiate with my family to borrow some of their experts?" Zero Wings members had Stone Forest City to fall back to, but they still had to leave the city to level up. Unfortunately, Zero Wings foundations were still unsteady. Although an expert could rival a peak expert with the Crimson Sunset, Zero Wing didn't have enough of the sets to match the number of peak experts Starlink had dispatched. Of course, Starlink would suffer tremendously for taking such drastic action, but the organization was supported by the Starline Corporation. It had far more funds and resources than its opponent. Most importantly, several adventurer alliances worked for Starlink. If this persisted, Zero Wing's position would become even more disadvantaged. That won't be necessary. You should just focus on leveling up, Surefong said, chuckling. Starlink's foundations might be vast, but Zero Wing's no weakling. Surefong wouldn't have dared consider clashing with Starlink directly before he had transferred Stone Forest City to the Cold Spring Canyon, but things had changed. All right, my team, and I will try to reach level 100 as quickly as possible, Silent Wonder said, nodding. She knew that she could only display the Crimson Sunset's full strength by reaching level 100. After Surefong disconnected his call with Silent Wonder, Liangjing entered the basic meditation room. Guild leader, I've planned the basic organization and benefits for the Adventurer Alliance. The Alliance's residence is ready as well. We now have residences in White River City, Star Moon City, Zero Wing City, and Stone Forest City. We can begin to recruit members at any time, Liangjing proudly announced. She brimmed with anticipation and confidence about the new adventurer alliance Zero Wing was about to establish. Independent players might consider the benefits the other adventurer alliances offered outstanding, but those benefits were nothing compared to what Zero Wing's Adventurer Alliance had to offer. All right, make the announcement to the public now. Then, Surefong nodded. He had wanted to wait until the Azura adventurer team had grown powerful enough before he established an adventurer alliance on the main continent with Azura's help. But since Starlink had bared its fangs, he had no choice but to move his plans forward. With Surefang's go-ahead, Liangjing published the news on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. She also sent her subordinates to manage the recruitment at the newly established Starmoon Adventurer Alliance's residences. In no time, the kingdom was in an uproar. What? Zero Wings establishing an adventurer alliance. Maybe it's a move to counter Starlink's assault, but Starlink's adventurer alliances offer incredibly generous benefits. I doubt many people will be interested in Zero Wings. Wait, you're wrong. Look at what benefits the Starmoon Adventurer Alliance is offering. Any silver member will have access to Stone Forest City, and gold members will qualify to purchase private houses in the city. A private house? Isn't that a little too generous? So far, Zero Wing has only leased Stone Forest City's houses, yet countless people fought over them. If we could buy one of our own, our leveling speed would skyrocket. That's not all. The Starmoon Adventure Alliance has quite a few residences as well. There's even one in Stone Forest City and Zero Wing City, and members can rest in the residences for free. When the kingdom's independent players saw the benefits the Starmoon Adventure Alliance offered, they were ecstatic. Many even dropped what they were doing and ran toward the recruitment venues. Stone Forest City was the only city in God's domain located in a level 100 neutral map. Countless experts dreamed of entering the city, not to mention purchasing one of Stone Forest City's private houses. Not even the various superpowers peak experts had that privilege. And yet, as long as they became a silver member in the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance, they could visit Stone Forest City whenever they wished. For a time, independent players crowded the entrances to the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance's residences. These players easily outnumbered those applying to join Zero Wing by more than a dozen times. There were even some peak experts among the crowds. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Meanwhile, the adventurer teams that had come to White River City to target Zero Wing's members began to jump ship, one after another, applying to join the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance. The kingdom's various major powers were stupefied. However, they found these results reasonable. How could Starlink's meager resources possibly compare to the benefits Zero Wing offered? After all, just being able to enter Stone Forest City would give players a massive lead in levels, not to mention the ability to purchase a private house in the city. Who would willingly miss out on the opportunity? Even independent experts from other kingdoms and empires made their way to Star Moon Kingdom when they had the news. The Adventurer Alliances, the various otherworld powers, controlled rapidly lost members. While the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance's member count ballooned, Shi Feng received a message from Kola. Guild Leader, we've completed our promotions. Chapter 2379. Overestimating oneself. They're finally done. Chapter 2379. Overestimating oneself. They're finally done. Joy blossomed in Shi Feng's heart when he read Kola's message. Any player that successfully completed their Tier 3 promotion quest at this stage of the game instantly became an apex combatant. Their combat power would be leagues ahead of Tier 2 players. Not even Tier 2 domain realm experts were a match for Tier 3 players. Now that Kola and the others had completed their Tier 3 promotion quests, as well, they could be the guild's spearhead, quelling any troubles that plagued their guildmates. Shi Feng would no longer have to spend all day running around and putting out fires, having more time to invest in his own affairs. He still had many important unfinished quests, but since Zero Wing had been at risk and lacked enough powerful experts to protect it from the various superpowers, Shi Feng had been forced to put his quests on hold. Now that Kola and the others had returned, he could return to his quests without worry. Suddenly, Liang Jing contacted Shi Feng, nervously informing him, Guild Leader, a group of people from Demon Palace wish to discuss business with you. The Demon Palace? Shi Feng was confused when he heard the name. What business do they have with me? Demon Palace had been extremely famous during his previous life. Not only had the guild taken over the entire demonic hell world early on, but it had also been one of the few up-and-coming superpowers in God's domains. After years of development, it had grown into one of the few existences that had the power to contend with the 5 great super guilds of God's domain. However, the demonic hell world's planar passage was connected to the Ten Saints Empire, one of the 4 great empires. The Ten Saints Empire was also quite far from Star Moon Kingdom. Teleporting between the empire and the kingdom cost roughly 9 gold per person. Do you wish to meet them? Liang Jing asked. Let them wait in the reception room, for now. I'll head that way, Shi Feng said. After giving the matter some thought, he agreed to meet with the Demon Palace's representatives. Demon Palace was no ordinary superpower. Although it had yet to reveal its fangs, no superpower would dare underestimate it. The Demon Palace had the support of 2 international corporations and was the demonic hell world's absolute overlord. The demonic hell world was only slightly smaller than an empire, and due to its environment, the players from the demonic hell world were far stronger than those on the main continent. In addition, Demon Palace had developed relatively smoothly, since it had no competitors in its homeworld. Even the strongest super guild on the main continent struggled with roadblocks and setbacks, yet Demon Palace had faced no such issues. It was easy to imagine how powerful the guild had become. Most importantly, the easiest way for players to travel to the Western continent was through the Ten Saints Empire. The Empire had a dimensional passage, which was the largest and most stable in God's domain, that connected the two main continents. This passage also had the least restrictions. Naturally, the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers had taken control of the dimensional passage after its activation. One of those superpowers was Demon Palace. Because of this, many superpowers petitioned the Demon Palace for partnerships, which allowed the guild to build its strength and influence. At this point, it was only slightly weaker than the 5 great superguilds. Once Shurfong had tidied up his work with the Crimson Sunsets, he made his way to the reception room in Zero Wing's residence. 3 demonic fighters in pitch-black armor quietly waited in the top-floor reception room. Not only were all 3 level 100, but their auras felt as if the demon god himself stood in the room with them. The Tier 2 experts standing guard by the doors shuddered as these auras washed over them. Zero Wing is quite interesting. Despite such weak members, it dares to provoke Starlink. If these core members were in our guild, they wouldn't even be elite members, a white-haired youth said, shaking his head as he eyed the several Zero Wing core members that had just left the room. They are a little underwhelming, but this is a kingdom. After all, it's a miracle that they've grown this strong, a robust, too. 3-meter tall, middle-aged man calmly stated. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild leader has reached Tier 3. It is not without reason that the Vice Guild leader has set his sights on Zero Wing. Naturally, the Vice Guild leader knows what he's doing. Zero Wing is lucky our Vice Guild leader has noticed it. Even Starlink's guild leader had to go to great lengths to negotiate a partnership, a tall, slim woman said with a reverent look whenever she mentioned Demon Palace's Vice Guild leader. As far as these 3 were concerned, neither Zero Wing nor the prosperous Starlink was of any significance. Only super guilds were worth Demon Palace's attention. While the trio conversed, Shurfong entered the room. However, the 3 players didn't seem overly interested in him. They only observed Shurfong in silence. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Evil Qilin, an elder from Demon Palace. The middle-aged man introduced himself. My 2 companions are the vice commanders of Demon Palace's 3rd Trump Card Legion. Greetings, Shurfong replied. When he sensed the trio's violent auras, he realized that all 3 were very strong. The middle-aged man, in particular, was likely only slightly weaker than Giant's Heart's White Autumn. If not for White Autumn's sea god's blessing, he wouldn't even be a match for the middle-aged man. May I know what business you have with me? Our Vice Guild leader values the Star Moon Adventure Alliance and desires a cut of the action. We aren't asking for much of the Alliance's shares. 30% will be enough. In return, Demon Palace will supply Zero Wing with the demonic Hellworld's rare materials and special legacies, Evil Qilin said. In addition, we would like a temporary residence in Stone Forest City and 30% of the city's shares. In exchange, Demon Palace will step in to resolve the Zero Wing's trouble with Starlink. I'm sure Starlink will back away out of respect for Demon Palace. With our members garrisoned in Stone Forest City, I'm sure we can provide a sufficient deterrent to the other superpowers if they have ideas of trying to steal the city. Zero Wing will be able to develop in peace and join the ranks of God's domain's superpowers. Naturally, Zero Wing welcomes a partnership between Demon Palace and the Star Moon Adventure Alliance. However, we can handle Starlink on our own. There is no need for Demon Palace to get involved, Shurfong said, chuckling. Feng had no intention of parting with a single % of Stone Forest City's shares right now, let alone handing over 30% in exchange for protection. Although you are quite formidable, Guild Leader Black Flame, you are only one person. Meanwhile, thanks to some of the demonic Hellworld's special legacies, Starlink has established the Hellfire Legion, its strongest force. If you encounter 5 or 6 members of the Hellfire Legion, you might be fine, but even as a Tier 3 player, a 100-man team may overtake you. You should reconsider, Evil Qilin said, sneering disdainfully when he heard that Feng had no intention of sharing Stone Forest City. He assumed Feng must think himself invincible now that he had reached Tier 3, but even Tier 3 players would have to flee from a 100-man team from the Hellfire Legion, not to mention Zero Wing's other experts. Demon Palace had already shown a lot of respect by offering to help Zero Wing. Thank you for your warning, Elder Qilin, but I am confident that Zero Wing can cope with this situation on its own, Feng said. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. I still have other matters I need to attend to. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After dismissing his guests, Feng stood and left the Demon Palace's representatives alone in the reception room. By the looks of it, Elder, it will be impossible to ally with Zero Wing regarding Stone Forest City. Black Flame is simply too arrogant, the white-haired youth beside Evil Qilin said. However, the Vice Guild leader told us to secure Stone Forest City. What should we do? It's fine. We can wait. Black Flame overestimates himself, but once Starlink takes care of Zero Wing, I'm sure he'll come to his senses, Evil Qilin said, sneering at the door Feng had left through. However, our demands will be much higher once he's desperate. The Star Moon Adventurer Alliance had lured many experts away from Starlink's alliances, but the Guild still had many peak experts and top adventurer teams on its side. Starlink also had the Hellfire Legion. With so many enemies at their doors, Zero Wing's members shouldn't even think of stepping out of Stone Forest City. Shortly after Evil Qilin's group left Zero Wing's residence, another group of 24 players wearing Zero Wing's guild emblems entered. Chapter 2380, Tier 3 Team. Chapter 2380, Tier 3 Team. Many players waited in Zero Wing's residence for their turn to take the recruitment test, making the residence quite lively. Because of the commotion, no one noticed the 24 cloaked Zero Wing members' arrival. At this point, seeing Zero Wings leave or enter the residence in their cloaks had become the norm. Starlink's bounty was no trivial matter, and for poorer experts, killing Zero Wings members for a quick buck was easy. Zero Wings members could only avoid hostile players by hiding their identities with black cloaks, and to enter the guild residences, they only needed to reveal their guild emblems to the members that guarded the entrances. Many of Zero Wings members had begun to take these precautions recently. However, unlike most of the guild's players, these cloaked players didn't stop to rest in the lounge or visit the quest area. They made their way straight to the guild leader's office, where Feng had been waiting for a while. Once they entered the office, the 24 players removed their cloaks and revealed themselves. As they did, violent, scorching auras filled the room. Their combined auras could paralyze Tier 2 experts with fear. What do you think, Guild Leader? We're much stronger than before, aren't we? Kola boasted as he radiated dense mana. Guild Leader, don't listen to him. He was the last of us to complete his promotion quest. He just got lucky and constructed an advanced gold mana body with an 80% completion rate. Shadow Sword said, Hey, I'm satisfied with that. At least my mana body is better than yours. I'm happy enough to squeeze into the 8th place on the team. Kola said joyfully, before they had left to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests. Feng had informed them of the importance of their mana body and told them that they should try as hard as they could to earn a gold mana body. Feng had also offered tips about the mana body's construction process. Initially, Kola had only aimed to construct an intermediate gold mana body with an 85% completion rate, but during his second try, he had been inspired and constructed an advanced gold mana body. Of their group, only 10 people had completed an advanced gold mana body with a 75% completion rate or higher. Although the difference was only one rank, the difference between their stamina and concentration recovery rates was significant. An advanced gold mana body would be immensely helpful to them in the future. An advanced gold mana body with an 80% completion rate. Shurfeng was surprised by Kola's achievement. Compared to magical class players, physical class players were at a disadvantage when constructing their mana bodies. Although Kola's combat standards were considerable, he was only averagely talented among Zero Wing's main force members. If not for his fragmented legendary shield, he wouldn't have even ranked among the top 15 in the main force with his combat power. Moreover, Shurfeng had heard about the Tyrant Bear Kola's mana body during his previous life. At the time, Kola had only had a basic gold mana body with a 78% completion rate, yet he had still managed to shake Starmoon Kingdom, becoming one of its top-ranked MTs. Now that Kola had an advanced gold mana body with an 80% completion rate, his future strength would undergo a qualitative improvement. Kola's mana body is Nothing Guild Leader. Boss Tianxing and Big Sis E are even more amazing. Boss Tianxing constructed a 93% peak gold mana body, and Big Sis E constructed a 95% peak gold mana body. Their stamina and concentration recovery rates are ridiculous. Turtledove interjected. Originally, Turtledove had been relatively proud of constructing an advanced gold mana body. After all, Shurfeng had told them that the difference between intermediate and advanced rank was considerable. However, Yan Tianxing, Yi Luofei, Zhao Yueru, Silent Blade, Alluring Summer, and Yulan were so much more powerful. Every one of them had successfully constructed a peak gold mana body. Moreover, the weakest among them had an 80% completion rate. Since Stubborn Bone, who ranked 7th among them, hadn't been able to construct a peak gold mana body with an 80% completion or higher, he had settled for an 89% advanced gold mana body as he ran out of time. Compared to the top 7 players, Kola's achievement was nothing. While the team bickered, Shurfeng received a compilation of their promotion results. He was shocked when he examined the data. Of the 24 players that had completed their Tier 3 promotion quests, the weakest of them had constructed an 80% peak silver mana body. Not even the superpowers of his past had dreamed of such wonderful results. In the past, the majority of the various superpowers experts had been fortunate to construct an intermediate or advanced silver mana body. Second and third-rate guilds had thrown massive celebrations of any of their experts had constructed a silver mana body at all. A silver mana body was the minimum requirement for players to reach Tier 4 or higher. After all, not even experts from ordinary guilds had dared to dream of acquiring a gold mana body. In fact, players with gold mana bodies were even quite rare in the various superpowers. Every additional expert with a gold mana body had significantly elevated a superpower's status. The advantages of a gold mana body when exploring level 100+ neutral maps were that massive. And yet, of the 24 Zero Wing members that completed their Tier 3 promotion quests, 19 had constructed gold mana bodies. Guild Leader: we haven't had the opportunity to test out our new bodies, so I suggest we head to the battle arena. I agree. My body feels too strong. It feels a little strange to move. Since we've already completed our promotion quests, we should spar with each other to get a feel of our new strength. They had been too busy celebrating their success that they hadn't bothered to test their new strength. They hadn't had any good places to do so, either. However, since so many Tier 3 players were here, it was a good opportunity to learn what they could do. You want to test your new strength? Chuckling, Shurfeng said, "All right, It's simple then. Plenty of superpowers want a piece of our Stone Forest city right now, and Starlink has sent a large number of experts to the Cold Spring Forest. You guys can go and test your strength there, and while you're at it, inform Starlink's people that they have no place in the Cold Spring Forest. Even after finding out that Cola and the others had completed their Tier 3 promotion quests, Sherfong had still worried that they didn't have enough players to deal with Starlink's forces. Initially, he had planned to mobilize the Night Division to teach Starlink a lesson and warn the other superpowers against trying to steal Stone Forest City. However, it seemed that he could save Zero Wing's final trump card. With the superior mana bodies Cola and his companions had constructed, they could move through the Cold Spring Forest unobstructed. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Starlink. Wonderful. I've been itching to practice some of the combat techniques I haven't fully mastered yet. Starlink's peak experts should be excellent practice partners. Sherfeng's decision excited the entire team, although fighting a bunch of Tier 2 experts wouldn't help them properly gauge their new strength. They could use this opportunity to test the effects of their Tier 3 mana bodies in a level 100 neutral map. The 24 main force members then resupplied and repaired their equipment in White River City before teleporting to Stone Forest City. Chapter 2381, Difference in Foundations. Chapter 2381, Difference in Foundations. In one of the quiet stone forests in the Cold Spring Forest, a 100-man team was hunting the level 100-plus monsters residing in a canyon here. In front of this team, the level 100 Great Lord-ranked three-headed lizard, which posed a huge problem for the teams of major powers, was not a challenge at all. The team thoroughly suppressed the Great Lord and continuously shaved away at its HP. Everyone put in more effort. The boss is nearly dead. A blue-armored man, who looked to be in his 30s, shouted as he blocked an attack from the three-headed lizard using his two-handed hammer. The three-headed lizard could launch attacks simultaneously with all three of its heads. Aside from the two MTs in the team blocking two of the lizard's heads, the hammer-wielding demonic fighter was holding his own against the third of the lizard's heads without losing any ground. If the experts of the various major powers operating within the Cold Spring Forest were to see this scene, their eyes would most likely fall out of their sockets, because this 100-man team was not a guild's, but one made up of independent players. At this stage of the game, level 100 neutral maps were still extremely dangerous for players. Even the main force of the various major powers would have a difficult time surviving in a level 100 neutral map. If they stumbled upon a level 100 Great Lord, they would try to avoid it as much as possible, since defeating such a monster required quite some time. After all, the longer a battle took to end, the higher the likelihood of the battle attracting nearby monsters. If too many monsters joined the fray, a team wipe was guaranteed. This 100-man team, however, had actually taken the initiative to attack a level 100 Great Lord. Moreover, it was perfectly suppressing the three-headed lizard. The team's strength could practically rival that of the exploration teams of superpowers. After a few more minutes of battle, the three-headed lizard finally lost all its HP and collapsed before the 100-man team, the experience bar of every team member increasing by a sizable chunk. At the same time, a few pieces of sparkling level 100 equipment dropped around the three-headed lizard's corpse. Our leveling speed here really is fast. At this rate, I'll reach level 101 in less than 2 days. The leveling speed isn't the most important point. Look at the attributes of the loot. They're on an entirely different level compared to our level 95 equipment. If we can get a full set of level 100 Secret Silver equipment, our attributes will surpass even those of players geared in level 95 Dark Gold set equipment. It's too difficult to obtain level 100 Secret Silver equipment. Normally, only Grand Lords will drop it. Even until now, we've only come across a few Grand Lords, and some of them are too strong for us to raid. Plus, our operation time is very limited. Collecting a full set of level 100 secret silver equipment is simply too difficult. Zero Wing sure is lucky. It actually managed to transfer Stone Forest City to this place. If our Dark Dragon Adventurer team could get a resting spot in a level 100 neutral map as well, let alone secret silver equipment, even level 100 fine gold equipment would be possible. We could start challenging our Tier 3 promotion quests. When Dark Dragon's members spoke about Stone Forest City, envy filled their eyes. Compared to players that had yet to venture into level 100 neutral maps, they had a much clearer idea of how valuable a resting spot in a level 100 neutral map was. However, as Stone Forest City was not open to the public, they could only stare at the city from outside. Commander, I heard that Zero Wing has established an Adventurer Alliance. Silver members in the Alliance can enter Stone Forest City. Why don't we negotiate with Zero Wing? With our adventurer team's strength, I believe Zero Wing will be happy to recruit us and promote us into a silver-ranked adventurer team right away, a level 100 Dark Cleric said as he looked at the demonic fighter leading the team. Everyone else on the team nodded in agreement with the Dark Cleric's words. Dark Dragon was one of the famous top adventurer teams of the demonic hell world. Dark Dragon might have only 1,000 members or so, but it was fully capable of toppling the main continent's first-rate guilds. If Dark Dragon decided to join Zero Wing's newly established Adventurer Alliance, Zero Wing would definitely be more than willing to offer Dark Dragon additional benefits. It is indeed inefficient for us to continue like this, Dark Dawn, the commander of Dark Dragon, said after giving the matter some thought. After this grinding trip, a few of you should go and negotiate with Zero Wing. Say that our bottom line for joining the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance is for us to become a silver adventurer team. If Zero Wing isn't willing to give us that much, then we can forget about any partnerships. In Dark Dawn's opinion, the only benefit of joining the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance was the right to enter Stone Forest City. If Dark Dragon's members could not enter Stone Forest City immediately after joining the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance, then there would be no point in seeking membership at all. Meanwhile, as the Dark Dragon Adventurer team's members were resting, explosions resounded, and dazzling lights appeared a short distance away. Commander, some players are fighting against each other nearby. A ranger that had been monitoring the surroundings suddenly shouted. Who are they? Dark Dawn asked. There aren't many of them. One side is wearing Zero Wing's emblem, so they should be Zero Wing's team. As for the other side, I think it's Starlink's Hellfire Legion, the ranger reported. The Hellfire Legion? It seems Zero Wing's members are in trouble. Dark Dawn frowned at the mention of the Hellfire Legion. As an original inhabitant of the demonic hell world, Dark Dawn understood just how powerful Starlink's Hellfire Legion was. The Legion's members all possessed the demonic hell world's special legacy. This special legacy was something all players inhabiting the demonic hell world wished to obtain. Unfortunately, Dark Palace kept a tight grip on the source of this legacy and would release only a small number to the public. The Dark Dragon Adventurer team had paid a steep price and secured merely a dozen or so of these special legacies. Even so, these special legacies were already more than enough to let Dark Dragon undergo a qualitative transformation and become a top adventurer team in the demonic hell world. Meanwhile, all 1,000 members of Starlink's newly established Hellfire Legion actually owned this special legacy. One could easily imagine how powerful the Hellfire Legion was. Commander, should we lend Zero Wing's members a hand? The Dark Cleric asked. If we help them now, our negotiations with Zero Wing should go much more smoothly. No rush. Let's head over and suss out the situation first, Dark Dawn replied, shaking his head. After saying so, he hurriedly led his team to the scene of the battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stone forest, one of Zero Wing's core teams was fending off the Hellfire Legion members' assault while desperately retreating towards Stone Forest City. Big Sis Wonder, these people are too strong. At this rate, we won't make it back to Stone Forest City. You should leave us and run. A female druid focused on healing said hurriedly when she saw that the members defending the rear of the team kept getting pushed back. In terms of basic attributes and combat standards, the Hellfire Legion's members were superior to them by a large margin, if not for the complex terrain here preventing the scale of the battle from escalating, as well as the few Zero Wing players geared in the Crimson Sunset. Their team would have long since suffered annihilation. However, although they were currently holding off the Hellfire Legion, their deaths were still only a matter of time. Don't even think of getting away so easily. We've already placed a tracker on all of you. Bright Dawn, one of Starlink's vice guild leaders, shouted. He then commanded, "Everyone, make sure none of them leave here alive." As soon as Bright Dawn said so, 4 Void Realm experts from the Hellfire Legion immediately adjusted to prevent Silent Wonder from escaping. Silent Wonder did not have brilliant silver with her, so she could rely on only the strengthened Crimson Sunset to do battle. As a result, her advantage over the Hellfire Legion members, in terms of basic attributes, was small. Facing the combined assault of 4 peak experts, even Silent Wonder had no choice but to focus on evading for now. While Silent Wonder was occupied, a few Hellfire Legion members used this opportunity to break through Zero Wing's defensive line and charge at Zero Wing's healers. "Commander, should we make a move?" the Dark Cleric from Dark Dragon asked the demonic fighter. "We don't stand a chance. That's a 100-man team from the Hellfire Legion. Even if we join the fight, we'll only delay the inevitable," Dark Dawn replied, shaking his head. "Although Zero Wing has Stone Forest City, it still doesn't stand a chance against Starlink out in the fields. The demonic Hellworld's special legacy would give a peak expert the strength to contend against an apex expert and possibly even a decisive advantage. Meanwhile, if such peak experts fought in a group, their performance would be even more amazing. Unless Zero Wing's members gained this special legacy or its equivalent, they would not stand a chance against the Hellfire Legion members at all." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU as Zero Wing's casualties were increasing. However, a loud hum suddenly came from the sky, immediately attracting everyone's attention. When everyone turned to look at the origin of this noise, what entered their sights was a giant crimson vessel made of steel. Before anyone could react, 24 figures jumped off the steel ship. Meanwhile, along with the appearance of these 24 members, Starlink's and Dark Dragon's members all fell into a stunned silence. Tier 3 players. Chapter 2382. Overwhelming Strength. Chapter 2382. Overwhelming Strength. Why does Zero Wing have so many Tier 3 players? The distant spectating members of Dark Dragon felt their minds screeching to a halt when they saw the newcomers. Cola and the others were not wearing black cloaks, boldly flaunting their Tier 3 life aura. When they jumped off the Crimson Dragon flying ship, it was as if 24 primordial beasts had just dropped from the sky. Tier 3 was the goal that all experts dreamed of reaching at this point. Even the old monsters of super guilds had most likely just started challenging their Tier 3 promotion quests. Now, however, Zero Wing revealed that, aside from Black Flame, it had 24 other Tier 3 players. At this moment, let alone Dark Dragon's members, even Silent Wonder and the other beleaguered Zero Wing members were stunned by this situation, utterly speechless as they stared at Cola and his companions. Silent Wonder, in particular, was filled with an indescribable sense of shock. Originally, she thought that she had already seen through Zero Wing's foundations. She had never imagined that what she saw was merely the tip of the iceberg. With these additional 24 Tier 3 players, Zero Wing could definitely reign supreme over the entire Cold Spring Forest. Meanwhile, Gloom descended upon Starlink's members at this sudden development. The imposing aura they exuded before was now nowhere to be found. They also tried to remain as silent as possible, lest they catch the attention of the newcomers. "You punks from Starlink, weren't you guys having fun chasing our people? Why are you stopping now?" Kola demanded, smirking as he retrieved the Titan shield slung on his back and glancing at the Hellfire Legion members before him. "Kola, why are you wasting words with them? Since they dare ambush our guildmates out in the fields, the only outcome awaiting them is death," Shadow Sword said as he glared coldly at Bright Dawn's team. "Moreover, the sooner we get rid of them, the sooner we can return. The guild leader is still waiting for us to report back to him." Upon hearing Shadow Sword's words, Yen, Tianxing, and the others nodded in agreement and promptly readied their weapons. They then stalked toward the Hellfire Legion, each step they took making the hearts of the Hellfire Legion members shudder. At the same time, the Hellfire Legion members also started retreating unconsciously. "Vice Guild Leader, what should we do?" The Berserker standing beside Bright Dawn asked anxiously. "Zero Wing has far more Tier 3 players than we anticipated. Our 100-man team can't handle this." The Hellfire Legion had come to the Cold Spring Forest, assuming that Shurfeng would take action against them. Hence, they decided to hunt for Zero Wing's members in teams of 100. That way, even if Shurfeng made a move, they could handle him. Now, however, 24 Tier 3 players had appeared before them. This was totally different from what they planned. Zero Wing. Bright Dawn gnashed his teeth in anger as he looked at the Tier 3 players. "We don't have any other choice. Use all the deification crystals we have. Everyone else, do your best to escape." Even now, Starlink remained considerably fearful of Shurfeng's existence as a Tier 3 player. Hence, the guild had specifically assigned 10 deification crystals to each of the Hellfire Legion's 100-man teams. That way, a team could instantly produce 10 Tier 3 players, enough to take down even an expert like Shurfeng easily. Now, however, their deification crystals would only serve to buy time for the others to escape. After saying so, Bright Dawn and 9 other peak experts of the team took out a deification crystal from their bags and activated it, instantly raising themselves to Tier 3. Immediately afterward, all 10 of them charged at Kola's group. They were prepared to pin down Kola and the others to the best of their abilities and allow the rest of their teammates to retreat safely from the area. To think that Starlink made such preparations as well. Although Zero Wing is powerful, Starlink is no pushover either. "It seems Zero Wing won't be able to just swat the Hellfire Legion," Dark Dawn said, his understanding of superpowers getting refreshed upon seeing Bright Dawn's team use 10 deification crystals. After Dark Dragon became a top adventurer team in the demonic hell world, Dark Dawn had believed that Dark Dragon was superior to the main continent's various superpowers in terms of peak combatants. Looking at this scene now, however, that was not the case at all. Even if Dark Dragon's members had the demonic hell world's special legacy, the main continent's superpowers possessed powerful treasures like the deification crystal, which could forcibly promote a Tier 2 player into a Tier 3 player for a short period. "Come." Kola revealed an excited expression when he saw Bright Dawn and the others becoming Tier 3 players. He then raised his shield and charged forward all by himself, the confidence he exuded making it seem as if the 10 Tier 3 peak experts before him were no different from common monsters. "Coming at us alone." Bright Dawn sneered at Kola's recklessness. "If you want to die so badly, we'll grant your wish. Everyone, get rid of him first." Although they were at a numerical disadvantage in terms of Tier 3 experts, every one of them was a true peak expert. This was also the reason why Bright Dawn dared harbor the thought of distracting Kola and the others. Now, Kola was actually charging at their group all alone. Even if Kola was an MT, this was simply suicidal. After saying so, Bright Dawn swung the white-boned greatsword. He wielded the violent aura of death. The greatsword released, transforming into 3 ghosts that flew at Kola. Not only did every one of these ghosts carry 120% of Bright Dawn's strength, but these ghosts were also akin to doppelgangers. Bright Dawn could control them for 10 seconds. Tier 3 Undead Knight skill, Undying Rage. Aside from Bright Dawn, the 2 Tier 3 elementalists positioned behind him also finished casting their spells. Immediately, pillars of fire descended from the sky, and earth spikes shot up from the ground. These attacks perfectly coordinated with the 3 ghosts Bright Dawn summoned, thoroughly sealing off Kola's paths of escape. This scene dumbfounded both Dark Dragon's members and Silent Wonder's group. The power, rapid execution, and coordination the Hellfire Legion's Tier 3 players displayed were simply inhuman. Just when the fire pillars and earthen spikes were about to devour Kola, however, Kola released an angry bellow and executed a powerful stomp on the ground. The resulting shockwave shattered some of the approaching earth spikes. At the same time, he raised the Titan Guard and summoned 8 translucent energy shields around himself. Tier 3 skill, Heavenly Defense. In the next moment, the 8 energy shields stopped the fire pillars and remaining earth spikes, preventing the attacks from damaging Kola. As for Bright Dawn's 3 ghosts, despite their frenzied assault, they failed to break through the 8 energy shields' defensive net. Impossible! Bright Dawn gaped at Kola in confusion. He knew about the Heavenly Defense skill, one of the standard skills of a Tier 3 Guardian Knight. Many Tier 3 NPC Guardian Knights possessed it. It was not an invulnerability skill. The energy shields created carried only 100% of the user's strength and defense. In other words, Heavenly Defense was a skill that provided the user with a more thorough defense. It did not offer any damage reduction effects whatsoever. Now, however, even after receiving multiple Tier 3 attacks, Kola had actually come out unscathed. If Sure Fong were present, he would not have found this situation surprising at all. Setting aside the fact that Kola wielded a fragmented legendary shield, his Tier 3 mana body alone already allowed him to trample pseudo-Tier 3 players like Bright Dawn. The deification crystal did temporarily promote a player to Tier 3. However, the improvements provided applied only to skills, basic attributes, and physique. The deification crystal did not grant players a Tier 3 mana body. Meanwhile, without a Tier 3 mana body, players couldn't fully exhibit the power of Tier 3 skills and spells. In contrast, Tier 3 skills and spells empowered by a Tier 3 mana body would manifest drastically stronger effects. Before Bright Dawn and the other Hellfire Legion peak experts could react to the situation, Kola had already arrived before Bright Dawn and executed Shield Bash. Sensing the incoming attack, Bright Dawn instinctively raised his white-boned sword to block the attack. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Boom. Upon collision, Bright Dawn felt as if a truck had just rammed him. His entire person went flying backward, his HP falling by over 40,000. The two sides were on entirely different strength levels. At this time, Zero Wing's other Tier 3 players had also made a move. Similar to Bright Dawn, the Hellfire Legion's other Tier 3 players were overwhelmed in both raw power and agility. Unable to put up any resistance whatsoever against Zero Wing's members, they rapidly lost HP. As for the Hellfire Legion's fleeing Tier 2 players, they were like fragile glass before Yen Tianxing, Iluofei, and Zhao Yueru. Every attack the trio from Zero Wing executed would reap at least one life. Rather than fighting experts, the trio felt as if they were slaughtering chicken. The difference in strength drove the Hellfire Legion members to despair. In less than 30 seconds, Zero Wing's members had not only disfigured the surrounding terrain completely, but also reduced all 100 Hellfire Legion members into corpses that gradually transformed into particles of light. Chapter 2383, Shocking the Continent. Chapter 2383. Shocking the continent upon seeing the Hellfire Legion members dissipating corpses, the spectating members of the Dark Dragon Adventurer team fell into a daze. So, these are Tier 3 players? Dark Dawn's heart quaked after seeing Cola and the other Tier 3 experts' performance. It was no exaggeration to say that fights between Tier 2 players and Tier 3 players were on entirely different levels. Although Dark Dawn had understood that Tier 2 players couldn't win against Tier 3 players, he had never dreamed that the gap was this massive. Although every member of the Hellfire Legion possessed the demonic Hell World's special legacy, none of the Hellfire Legion's Tier 2 players had lasted more than one hit against Zero Wing's Tier 3 players. The strength of Tier 3 classes completely exceeded Dark Dawn's expectations. From the fight between the Hellfire Legion and Zero Wing, Dark Dawn could tell that Tier 3 players were superior not just in terms of basic attributes, but also in reaction speed. A Tier 2 peak expert himself, Dark Dawn could tell that his reaction speed was slower than Cola's and the others by a heartbeat. Although the difference wasn't massive by any means, it was still enough to determine whether one could block an attack or not. This difference was why the Hellfire Legion's Tier 2 players failed to block the attacks launched by Zero Wing's Tier 3 players, and ended up getting killed instantly. After watching the performance of Zero Wing's 24 Tier 3 players, Dark Dawn concluded that even an army of 10,000 Tier 2 experts would suffer annihilation if they tried fighting against these 24 Tier 3 players. At this moment, the other members of Dark Dragon shared similar thoughts. The frightening power and reaction speed Zero Wing's members displayed simply weren't something that could be overcome with numbers. While Dark Dragon's members were quietly discussing among themselves, Cola and the others suddenly looked in their direction. This situation frightened Dark Dragon's members, and they very nearly turned around to flee. "Commander, they're not mistaking us for Starlink's members, right?" The Dark Cleric standing beside Dark Dawn asked worriedly. Having witnessed the combat power Cola and the others displayed, the Dark Cleric was sure that if Zero Wing's Tier 3 experts took action, then Dark Dragon's 100-man team would definitely share the Hellfire Legion's fate. In fact, the Dark Dragon team might die even more quickly than the Hellfire Legion. Now that they had already reached level 100, getting killed even once would pose a significant setback. After all, the amount of EXP required to go from level 99 to level 100 was massive. Moreover, the difference in strength between level 99 and level 100 players meant they would also miss out on many exploration opportunities. "I don't know. We should head over and greet them first," Dark Dawn replied, shaking his head. He then steeled himself to step forward and take the initiative to greet Zero Wing's members. However, by the time Dark Dawn stood up from his hiding place, Cola's group had already collected the items the Hellfire Legion dropped. They then brought the other Zero Wing members onto the Crimson Dragon flying ship and disappeared from the stone forest. Dark Dragon's members breathed out a deep sigh of relief. "They're actually ignoring us." Dark Dawn could not help a bitter smile when he saw Cola and the others leaving. The Dark Dragon Adventurer team was an existence that even the expert teams of superpowers feared. However, in the eyes of Cola and the others, Dark Dragon's members were akin to common monsters. However, Dark Dawn also understood the perspective of Zero Wing's Tier 3 players. Cola and the others possessed the qualifications to look down on the Dark Dragon Adventurer team. At this moment, Dark Dawn regretted his previous hesitation. Had his team moved to help Zero Wing earlier, they might have been able to form a close relationship with Zero Wing's Tier 3 players. "Commander, they're gone. Should we head back to the canyon?" The Dark Cleric standing beside Dark Dawn asked. "No, we're returning to White River City," Dark Dawn said, shaking his head. "We're returning? But we still have plenty of time before we run out of gas, the Dark Cleric argued. Returning now will be a huge waste. Level 100 neutral maps were quite distant from NPC cities. Even with the help of a mount, players still took a very long time to reach a level 100 neutral map. Hence, every team that visited the Cold Spring Forest would endure to their very limits before choosing to return. Their team had spent just half of their expected time in the Cold Spring Forest, yet Dark Dawn was already calling for them to return. We're returning. The sooner, the better. It'll be best if we can join the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance before news regarding this matter gets exposed, Dark Dawn said seriously. Previously, Dark Dawn had still been hesitating over whether he should get Dark Dragon involved in the struggle between Zero Wing and Starlink. After all, the potential risks of siding with Zero Wing were greater than the potential gains. Now, however, he no longer cared about that. 24 Tier 3 players. With this many Tier 3 players, Zero Wing could rule over the Cold Spring Forest with an iron fist. The various superpowers would be crazy to pick a fight with Zero Wing here. Not to mention, Zero Wing also had Stone Forest City as its base. Once news of Zero Wing's Tier 3 players got out, adventurer teams and experts would definitely flock to the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance. Hence, Dark Dragon had to join the alliance before that happened and quickly accumulate CPs to raise its position in the alliance. After all, once the demand for the alliance's CPs increased, acquiring CPs would become more difficult. The Dark Cleric immediately understood what his commander meant, following which Dark Dragon's members hurried back to White River City. Meanwhile, shortly after the Dark Dragon adventurer team left the Cold Spring Forest, the shocking news that a 100-man team from Starlink's Hellfire Legion got annihilated reached the ears of the various superpowers. A 100-man team from the Hellfire Legion got annihilated? 24 Tier 3 players? How is this possible? Burning Owl, who was currently raiding a field boss, was astonished as he read the report his subordinate just sent him. Starlink's Hellfire Legion had shocked the various superpowers with its might. Even Burning Owl was not confident that his Heaven Piercer team could survive an encounter with the Hellfire Legion. After all, the demonic Hellworld's special legacy was no laughing matter. Now, however, a 100-man team from the Hellfire Legion actually got annihilated. Moreover, Zero Wing now had an additional 24 Tier 3 players. Burning Owl could understand how a monster like Shifeng had come into existence. After all, as the guild leader of Zero Wing, Shifeng could utilize all of his guild's resources to go on dangerous and rewarding adventures. Hence, his reaching level 100 and completing his Tier 3 promotion quest so quickly was still within the realm of probability. However, Burning Owl simply couldn't bring himself to believe that aside from Shifeng, Zero Wing also had 24 more Tier 3 players. After all, even Long Xianglong had just started challenging his Tier 3 promotion quest. Burning Owl himself felt unready to take on the challenge. Shortly after the various superpowers received this information, news of Zero Wing's 24 additional Tier 3 players spread quickly to the ears of the various major powers as well. Over 20 Tier 3 players? How did Zero Wing accomplish such a feat? Amazing! Too amazing! Zero Wing is actually patrolling the Cold Spring Forest using its flying ship combined with those 24 Tier 3 players. Nobody will dare target Zero Wing in the Cold Spring Forest now. Aside from the various major powers members, quite a few independent experts also heard about Zero Wing's recent achievements and were stupefied by this situation. As for the top adventurer teams that were originally planning to attack Zero Wing's members, they gave up on the idea, especially after seeing the mobility of the Crimson Dragon flying ship. After this incident, the number of players seeking to join Zero Wing and the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance skyrocketed. Guild leader, The commanders of many top and well-known adventure teams have just contacted us. They're hoping that we can increase the variety of rare resources we're accepting so that they can earn more points and get promoted to the silver rank a little sooner. Some superpowers also want to form a partnership with us in exchange for letting their members enter Stone Forest City, Liang Jing announced excitedly after contacting Shifeng. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. It seems the actions of Cola's group yielded quite a result, Shifeng said, chuckling. How are things coming along with Stone Forest City's private houses? Shifeng had to admit that the deterrent effect of having over 20 Tier 3 players was much greater than just having one Tier 3 player. Now, even the various superpowers that had adopted a wait-and-see approach could no longer sit still. It's done. I've already refunded everyone who asked for one. Currently, we have over 12,000 empty private houses available in Stone Forest City, Liang Jing reported. Good. Make an announcement stating that Stone Forest City will not be open fully to the public. Candlelight will also be holding an auction for the leasing of Stone Forest City's private houses, and anyone who rents a private house in the city will be able to live in it immediately, Shifeng said, smiling. Shifeng had set aside the matter of leasing Stone Forest City's private houses, as the time hadn't been right. However, now that Cola and the others had completed their Tier 3 promotion quest, and Zero Wing already had its own night division, including Stone Forest City's current popularity, it was the perfect time to lease Stone Forest City's private houses. Chapter 2384. Accumulating Advantages. Chapter 2384. Accumulating Advantages. After receiving Shifeng's instructions, Liang Jing posted an announcement on the forums stating that Zero Wing would be leasing Stone Forest City's private houses. The moment she published the post on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums, the kingdom erupted in an uproar. Everyone had already learned a little about Stone Forest City through the information Zero Wing's members had leaked. They all came to the conclusion that the city was a haven for leveling resources. Unfortunately, players had been forced to gaze at the city from afar, since it had only been open to Zero Wing's members and the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance's silver members. However, now that Zero Wing had announced a way for non-members to gain access to the city, how could anyone ignore it? When they saw the private houses' leasing conditions, however, both the various major powers and the kingdom's independent players gasped. Stone Forest City's private houses were available for rent, but the Zero Wing was only leasing the houses on a weekly basis, not monthly, and the starting bid for the weekly rent was 30,000 credits. The price could easily rival the private house's monthly rent in the bottomless abyss. Zero Wing is too vicious. Although it's somewhat opening Stone Forest City to the public, only players who rent its private houses will be allowed in the City L. But this is an opportunity for independent players like us. If we can win a private house in the upcoming auction, we'll have a much easier time leveling up and completing our Tier 3 promotion quests. Isn't the rent a little too expensive, though? Zero Wing's charging 30,000 credits per week. How can ordinary players possibly afford that rent? Everyone immersed themselves in heated discussions over Zero Wing's latest announcement, and many players considered the private houses' starting bid too demanding. None of the independent players that were interested in Stone Forest City's private houses could bring themselves to accept this price. In contrast, a large number of adventurer teams and guilds began to apply to join the Candlelight trading firm's leasing auction as the news spread. Candlelight's shops in White River City grew overcrowded as these adventurer teams and guilds representatives arrived. Are these people mad? We're talking about 30,000 credits per week. How much of an advantage could they possibly gain in 7 days? A level 40 female player new to God's Domain was confused when she saw the frenzied crowd in the shop. She wondered if all of God's Domain's players had gone crazy. You've only recently joined the game, so you might not realize how valuable Stone Forest City's private houses are. A player's leveling speed in a level 100 neutral map is at least 3 times that of grinding in a level 90 plus map. Moreover, level 100 equipment and resources drop in level 100 neutral maps. The various superpowers teams invest dozens of hours each day traveling to and from these maps just to grind, but if they had a private house in the area, they could teleport directly to the map, a level 94 Cursmancer informed the female player. Enviously, he continued, "Moreover, I've heard that you can accumulate the double EXP buff and slightly accelerate your recovery speed while resting inside Stone Forest City's private houses. All of these benefits can boost your leveling speed." If he had had enough money, he would have applied to join the auction as well. He wouldn't have wasted his time slowly earning CPs in the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance trying to become a silver member. Meanwhile, inside one of White River City's restaurants, Elder, Zero Wing has over 20 Tier 3 players now. Even Starlink will be helpless against the guild in the Cold Spring Forest now. A handsome man in pitch-black armor reported to Evil Cheelin. Anxiously, he asked, "What should we do about the Vice Guild Leader's command?" Zero Wing's foundations had surprised them. With Tier 3 players' survivability in level 100 neutral maps, not even 10 Hellfire Legions could affect Zero Wing's development, much less the current 1,000-man Hellfire Legion. We've underestimated the guild. Zero Wing is certainly impressive to nurture so many Tier 3 players so soon. For now, we should settle for renting private houses in Stone Forest City, Evil Cheelin said, frowning as he read the latest report. Demon Palace only had around 24 members that were preparing for their Tier 3 promotion quest, yet Zero Wing already had that many Tier 3 players. Even if we win some, I'm afraid that it won't be enough, the handsome youth worried. Demon Palace ruled over the demonic hell world and had a massive number of experts under its command. Even if they rented all of Stone Forest City's private houses, they wouldn't satisfy the guild's demand. We're not in a hurry. Very few guild members are capable of challenging their Tier 3 promotion quests right now. A few hundred private houses should be enough, Evil Cheelin said, chuckling. However, this decision will haunt Zero Wing. Since the guild has opted out of opening Stone Forest City to the public, it won't last long once the various Superpowers members complete their Tier 3 promotion quests. I can't wait to see whether or not Zero Wing can hold on to Stone Forest City. Evil Cheelin only expected Zero Wing to rule over the Cold Spring Forest for a short time. How many experts could the guild possibly have that could reach Tier 3 so soon compared to the various superpowers? It would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing was left behind. While the various powers discussed Zero Wing, Sure Feng teleported to one of the Ten Saints Empire's border towns with Kola and his team. They then boarded the Crimson Dragon flying ship and flew to the Demonic Wolf Mountains, another level 100 neutral map. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range was a forbidden land south of the Ten Saints Empire, and there were rumors that a ferocious beast, the Dark Battle Wolf, lived there. Even the Ten Saints Empire, one of God's domain's 4 great empires, was afraid of provoking the beast. The Dark Battle Wolf had the strength to rival a Tier 5 Dragon King, a being that could even contend with Tier 6 gods. Moreover, a destructive aura enveloped the entire mountain range. Tier 2 players wouldn't survive more than 3 hours in the area. It was also home to the Dark Wolf race, which had inherited the Dark Battle Wolf's bloodline. They were no weaker than bloodline creatures of the same level and tier. During Sure Feng's previous life, not even the various superpowers had dared to venture into the Demon Wolf mountain range casually. Why are we here, guild leader? This environment even feels ominous for Tier 3 players. We're not here to grind, are we? Kola asked nervously as he watched the numerous wolf packs roam the forest below the flying ship. Since reaching Tier 3, Kola had felt as if he had the strength to toy with level 100 great lords, but when he saw the three-eyed demon wolves below, he sensed the threat of death. The great lord ranked three-eyed demon wolves felt particularly dangerous. Yan, Tianqing, and the others felt the same and were just as uncomfortable. We're not here to level. These monsters are cheapskates. They give very little EXP and loot. Moreover, those wolves generally move in packs of 500 or more. Even a 100-man, Tier 3 expert team would be dog food here, not to mention our team. Shifeng said, shaking his head. Then, why are we here? Yan Tianqing repeated the question. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, now that Zero Wing had so many Tier 3 experts, they could raid level 100 team dungeons. Yet Shifeng had brought them to this godforsaken place. We're going to open a portal to the Western continent. Shifeng answered, chuckling. If the various superpowers had so many Tier 3 experts under their command right now, they'd definitely start raiding level 100 team dungeons or powerful field bosses. It was the easiest way to gain more level 100 weapons and equipment, which would enable more of the guild's members to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests. After all, however, Shifeng thought that method was too slow for Zero Wing. His guild didn't have as many experts as the various superpowers, and if he wanted Zero Wing to grow quickly, he had to expend an abundance of resources. The fastest way to acquire these resources was through trade between the two continents. Shifeng hadn't had the ability to travel to the Western continent before, but now that Kola and his team had reached Tier 3, Zero Wing had a chance of opening the portal to the other continent. Naturally, Shifeng would take advantage of this opportunity. Chapter 2385. Western Continent, a portal to the Western Continent. Chapter 2385. Western Continent, a portal to the Western Continent. Yan, Tianqing, and the others turned to their guild leader in astonishment. God's domain's various powers were no longer ignorant of the Western Continent, and a few superpowers had already gained the ability to travel between the two main continents. The resources these superpowers had returned with had made the various powers jealous. God's domain's continents had very different cultures. Not only did their developmental directions differ, but each continent had largely different resources. Thus, each continent's players could greatly benefit from the other's resources. Based on what Yan Tianqing and his comrades knew, players on the Western continent had very different daily expenditures than those on the Eastern continent. The Eastern continent's players mainly relied on coins as a currency due to the continent's focus on combat techniques. Naturally, relying on combat techniques in battle placed a huge burden on weapons and equipment, and as a result, players spent a lot of their money on repair fees. On the Western continent, players relied on magic crystals more than coins. The Western continent's players focused more on basic attributes and mana use. Thus, they needed magic crystals to strengthen themselves and their weapons and equipment. Of course, magic crystals were a rare and precious commodity on both continents, but due to the Western continent's developmental direction, magic crystals were worth far more there. In contrast, the materials to produce weapons and equipment were much cheaper than on the Eastern continent. If Zero Wing were able to travel between the two continents, it would become a true superpower in no time. That's right. I discovered a hidden clue about a magic gate here, one that's been passed down since ancient times. As long as we activate the magic gate, we'll be able to travel between the continents, Shifeng said, making up a random excuse to avoid suspicion. The various superpowers were desperately searching for ways to travel between the continents, but very few had succeeded. It'd be strange if he discovered a portal by chance. Is the portal stable, guild leader? Yi Luofei eagerly asked. When they heard Yi Luofei's question, the rest of the team perked up in curiosity. None of them doubted Shifeng's word. Players had discovered many of God's domain's quests and portals through hidden clues. There was nothing strange about one of these clues leading to a portal connected to the two main continents. Rather, everyone was more curious about whether or not the portal was safe. If it were a single-use portal, it wouldn't be of much help to Zero Wing. At most, they could make a quick buck by reselling the Western continent's resources once. However, if the portal were stable, they could continue to make money until travel between the continents became the norm. The difference between the two would be massive. Based on the clue I found, it should be, Shifeng said. Unfortunately, we'll only know how large the portal is once we activate it. The portal they were looking for was stable, or he wouldn't have bothered to travel all the way out here, but since he had never seen or used the portal personally, he didn't know its exact details. On the Eastern continent, the Ten Saints Empire had the most portals that led to the Western continent. Based on what Shifeng knew, there were nearly 10 stable portals in the empire, and among them, the largest and most stable was under multiple superpowers' control. That was also the portal most players relied on to travel between the continents. After considering Zero Wing's situation, Shifeng had decided that the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's portal was the best suited for his guild. This portal was incredibly stable. During Shifeng's previous life, a dark power had secretly controlled it. The public had only learned about its existence after travel between the continents had become more commonplace, and the various superpowers had grown to envy the dark power that had controlled this portal. Shifeng's answer excited his team. The guild really wouldn't have to worry about its development if they could secure this portal. While Shifeng and his players conversed, the Crimson Dragon flying ship reached a frozen lake within the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner region. A layer of snow covered the frozen lake, which was so large it could easily contain several cities. If the system map hadn't labeled this area as a lake, players would have likely mistaken it for a snowy plain. However, before the Crimson Dragon flying ship began to descend, the team was overwhelmed by an eerie feeling. They looked down at the lake, noticing a large number of frozen humans and beasts. The human sculptures all wore the same armor and clothing, and the weakest among them was Tier 3. If the Ten Saints Empire's players saw these humans' armor, they would have been shocked. The armor and clothing those statues wore were that of the Sacred Brilliance Division, one of the Ten Saints Empire's 7 Mythic Knight divisions. The 7 Mythic Knight divisions had been the Ten Saints Empire's prided source of apex combat power since ancient times. It was rumored that just one of these knight divisions could destroy an entire kingdom. However, these several thousand knights stood, frozen on the lake below. Based on their positions and expressions, it was obvious that these knights had been frozen before they had even begun to prepare for battle. Those were several thousand Tier 3 NPCs they were talking about. Just thinking about the implications of this made Yen Tianxing and his companions shudder. God's domain operated on a system of cause and effect. A group of Tier 3 NPCs wouldn't freeze to death for no reason. Something must have attacked these Sacred Brilliance Division knights. The scene even dumbfounded Shifeng. According to his information, there shouldn't be any NPCs here, let alone one of the 7 Mythic Knight divisions. All he should have needed to do was repair the magic gate and protect it from the monsters in the lake. Look at that statue, Guild Leader. It seems to be radiating a faint glow. Blackie said as he pointed at an ice sculpture beneath the flying ship. Unlike the other frozen knights, the sculpture Blackie pointed to glowed with a faint, golden light. It was also dressed more luxurious than the rest and gave off a trace of divine might. The divine might didn't originate from an item, but from the NPC himself. A hero? Shifeng was surprised to see the frozen NPC in question. Heroes were apex beings among the human race, and although everyone knew they existed, meeting a living hero was an extraordinarily rare encounter. Most heroes had died ages ago and only retained a fraction of their original strength. And yet, Feng could tell that the frozen hero below him was still alive. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Guild Leader, should we check them out? Blackie asked. Let's go take a look. Feng agreed after considering the situation. They didn't really have a choice. The magic gate they were after was sealed under the hero's feet. They couldn't avoid approaching the NPC unless they gave up on the magic gate. Shortly after the Crimson Dragon flying ship landed on the lake, a deep, powerful voice addressed the team. Adventurers, might I trouble you to remove this seal? Feng, the team leader, then received a system notification. Chapter 2386, Another Inferior Legendary Quest. Chapter 2386, Another Inferior Legendary Quest System. Inferior Legendary Quest. Last night, triggered. You have 3 minutes to accept the quest or not. You will not be penalized for refusing the quest. System. If you choose to accept the quest and complete it, you will gain Holy Knight Alba Gray's favor. Alba Gray's favorability of you, beyond the corresponding reward, will depend on the quest's completion rate. System. If you fail to complete the quest, all basic attributes will be permanently decreased by 100 points. You will lose 5 levels, and your reputation in the 10 Saints Empire will be reduced by 500 points. The system notifications repeated 3 times. He's Alba Gray. Feng stared at the frozen, middle-aged man before him in astonishment. The penalties for failing the quest didn't particularly surprise him. In fact, for an inferior legendary quest, the penalties were a bit light. Even epic quests had more severe consequences for failure. What truly surprised Feng was the hero's name. Alba Gray. Every player in Feng's previous life had known this name. Alba Gray had been one of the 8 famed smiths in the past. Before him, even a talented Grandmaster Forger amounted to nothing. The various superpowers had gone crazy over Alba Gray in the past, because only the famed smiths could forge legendary items. The easiest method of obtaining a suitable legendary item was to seek the help of a famed smith. Relying on players to craft such an item was barely a dream. Hence, the various superpowers had done everything they could to gain any of the known famed smith's favorability. Even Tier 6 God-rank players would go crazy for a custom-made legendary item. They'd even destroy an entire kingdom to get their hands on one. Unfortunately, gaining a famed smith's favorability was easier said than done. Players would be lucky enough to meet a famed smith, much less earn their favorability. Famed smiths enjoyed even higher status than kings, and even the War God's Temple, one of God's domain's few apex powers, treated such NPCs with great respect. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to earn such an influential individual's favorability. Feng had never thought that not only would he meet the legendary Alba Gray here, but he'd even get a chance to earn the NPC's favorability by simply accepting the quest. If the various superpowers of his past life found out about this, they'd kill him out of jealousy. Without any hesitation, Feng accepted the inferior legendary quest. He then received another notification stating that his favorability with Alba Gray had increased by 10 points. The rest of the team was also notified of the quest. Are we really going to challenge this inferior legendary quest? Blackie asked, worriedly glancing at the last night quest's rank. Major powers upper echelons, like himself, were very familiar with quest's difficulties. He was beyond feeling fortunate just because he accepted a high-rank quest. Great rewards came with great risks in God's domain. Many major powers had suffered grievously for accepting high-ranked quests that they couldn't complete. Some guilds had even destroyed themselves due to uncompleted quests. Meanwhile, not only was the last night an inferior legendary quest, but it was also in such a dangerous location. Even with Zero Wing's 25 Tier 3 players, Blackie wasn't confident in completing the quest. The rest of the team was just as concerned. The weakest monster they had seen in the Demon Wolf mountain range had been a level 100 lord, and throughout their journey, they had spotted level 110 plus great lords and grand lords. Aside from Shifeng, they were all new to Tier 3. Furthermore, they had yet to upgrade their weapons and equipment. Just standing in the Demon Wolf mountain range was incredibly risky for them, let alone trying to complete an inferior legendary quest. The quest rewards are incredible. Not accepting it would be a waste, Shifeng said, chuckling. He didn't bother to explain his decision, however. We've already reached Tier 3. Even if we fail and lose 5 levels, we can earn them back quickly. Enough worrying. Let's get going. The 10 favorability points they had just gained were far more valuable than the basic attributes, and levels they risked losing. Countless superpowers would willingly make such a trade. There were many methods to increasing basic attributes, and gaining levels was even easier. Furthermore, if they completed this quest, they'd gain even more favorability with Alba Grey. Regardless of the outcome, accepting this quest would only benefit players. Only a fool would reject it. Shifeng then approached Alba Grey, and after a moment of thought, the rest of the team saw their guild leader's reasoning. Now that they had reached Tier 3, their leveling speed was far faster than Tier 2 players. Even if they lost 5 levels, they could recover and maintain their advantage over others relatively easily. Lord Hero, may I know what we need to do to remove your seal? Shifeng asked Alba Grey. Unfortunately, my night division came across the Jealous, which had a bad time, and she cursed us, adventurers. Since my comrades lacked the protection and blessings of the gods, they died when they were frozen. Although I am protected by the gods, I cannot fully stop the curse from eroding my body. I ask that you collect some of the mana, the Jealous, which left behind in this land. I will also need you to stop the ice elf, Ulunium, whom the Jealous which left to oversee my demise. That will buy me enough time to break free from the curse. Alba Grey mentally relayed. System. Inferior Legendary Quest. Last night. Quest content. Collect 1,000 strands of mana, the Jealous which left behind in this land to remove Alba Grey's curse. Before removing Alba Grey's curse, you must do all you can to stop the ice elf, Ulunium. You have 10 days to complete the quest. The less time you spend completing the quest, the higher the quest's completion rate will be. Shifeng's teammate gasped when they saw the quest's contents. Crap, this quest is fraudulent. Blackie's face twitched as he read the quest details. Collect 1,000 strands of mana in 10 days. How are we supposed to do that? They were all familiar with the concept of collecting mana for a quest. Normally, players could complete the task by killing Great Lord rank or higher monsters in a specified location. Although killing level 100 Great Lords might be easy with their strength, collecting 1,000 mana strands within 10 days was a joke. Level 100 Great Lords had incredibly high HP. Even their team would need at least 15 minutes to kill one. Although God's Domains days consisted of 48 hours, they'd have to grind nonstop for 5 days to complete this quest. To make matters worse, Great Lords only had a chance of dropping the required mana. To put it simply, this quest was the system's way of toying with them. It's no wonder why only a few superpowers had earned enough of the famed Smith's favorability to commission an item. Shifeng couldn't help his bitter smile after listening to Alba Grey's request. Not even a 100-man, Tier 3 team could complete this quest, especially since players had just recently reached level 100. Guild leader. We should call in all of the guild's experts, Yan Tianxing suggested. That's not a viable option, I'm afraid, Shifeng said, shaking his head. More help would increase their chances of success, but the Ten Saints Empire was quite far from Star Moon Kingdom. The teleportation fees alone would be a huge burden on the guild, and players would need a long time to travel from the Ten Saints Empire to the Demon Wolf mountain range. Most importantly, ordinary Tier 2 experts would have no hope of surviving in this forbidden land. But at this rate, we won't be able to complete the quest, Yan Tianxing insisted. He had considered the same issues with his suggestion, but their team of 25 simply couldn't slay enough great lords within the time limit. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. We're not completely out of options, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Blackie, contact Melancholic and tell her to gather all of the secret silver guards I asked her to find in White River City's candlelight trading firm. I'll head over right away. While I'm gone, I want the rest of you to collect as many mana strands as possible. He had already instructed Melancholic Smile to locate high-growth potential secret silver guards for him. He had even shared all of the clues he knew of with her. He had intended to use soul strengthening to upgrade these secret silver guards to fine gold rank and use them to boost Zero Wing's combat power. While secret silver guards could fend off peak experts, they'd be no match for apex experts. The same couldn't be said of fine gold guards, however, especially a full team of them. If they worked together, fine gold guards could slay domain realm experts as easily as playing with children. Secret silver guards? Shifeng's order confused Blackie. He didn't understand why Shifeng would want a bunch of secret silver guards, but he did as he was told. Shifeng then boarded the Crimson Dragon flying ship and left the Demon Wolf mountain range, which prevented any form of teleportation. In a hurry, once he was free of the Forbidden Land, he used a return scroll and teleported to White River City's candlelight trading firm.